enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! 発だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Flash Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Sumatawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Go ahead and take a bumper.
Go Perk, galingan nyo palalo. Good luck.
sa mga next na laban mo. Alam ko naman consistent ka sa lahat ng ginagawa mo.
Go JamesPankgs, go APBR, galingan mo, babawi tayo.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena to all of our fans at sa lahat ng mga shinobi na nagtatago dyan. My name is Hans Galeria.
And I'm Kalusi, nagbabalik para saksihan muli ang aksyon kasama kayong lahat.
I am sure na nagkaroon ka rin ng long break. Matanong lang kita, kamusta ba yun? Kamusta ba ang matagal-tagal na bakasyon?
Well, Hans, it was great to relax and refresh. But of course, gaya na rin ang sabi ng ating mga co-hosts, excited na rin akong bumalik dito sa MPL Arena. Lalo na tuloy pa rin ang karera for the final playoff slot and the upper bracket slot.
You know, we've been saying that for the entirety of Week 7 that this is now or never for the upper bracket spot at para sa pinakahuling playoff slot. And the question is, ano ba ang posible nating makita para sa araw na ito?
Well, I'm hoping for more hero debuts, maybe.
Alright.
There's a day of a shift sa meta ang napanood ko kahapon. May naglabas ng Valir,
Okay.
Esmeralda, Carmela,
Yup.
pati na rin Leomord.
Okay, so that's almost a 4-man team. Kailan ba babalik yung Balmond? It's been a long time. Gusto ko na siya makita. Kailan kaya mangyayari yun, no?
Favorite ko rin yung Balmond, Hans. Hindi natin alam, baka maya-maya meron na rin
Manifesting.
yan. And it's also Sunday Family Day here at the MPL Arena, kaya bonding time over MLBB na naman.
Exactly. So para sa lahat ng nandito sa arena at sa lahat ng nanonood sa kani-kanila mga tahanan, tawagin na si mama, papa, ate, kuya, basically ang buong pamilya dahil tutunghayan na natin muli ang lakas ng Pinas dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 15.
Welcome to Family Sunday here in MPL Philippines. Week number 7, last day. And of course, the playoffs are starting to shape off. That's why we are going to enter this week excited, happy, and at the same time connected with all of the shinobis in the world. Welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ingan, together with, of course, Brigida and Naisu.
I'm over here.
Why are you there?
Same question.
You know, this is my jutsu today.
Oh,
I'm the analyst jutsu.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a very exciting Family Day Sunday because we're back, but this time with different roles.
Yes, because guys, we're gonna see a lot of different roles explored today alongside different heroes, but you can also play like a pro with Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
Don't forget to grab yours now and use the voucher code INVMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and, of course, exclusive freebies.
So GT20 Pro, Sigurado ang hashtag Lacoste Laro.
Yeah, it's very fitting that Naisu is
my
at the end of
God.
the
It's always, yep.
So,
This is what it feels like, huh?
so is this gonna be Nice's time to say, don't miss out?
Don't miss out on those amazing deals.
We'll find out later.
Yeah, just make sure, guys, every single quote that we see, Naisu will read it. But of course, you can also grab your own Infinix GT20 Pro and experience every single challenge.
Yep. Yeah. We have one lucky winner.
You get one lucky winner.
Every Monday, which will win some Lakas na Laro merch.
Just make sure your posts are creative and always use the hashtags, hashtag Lacoste Laro with Infinix and the hashtag MPL official tournament phone. The lucky winner of the brand new phone will be announced on May 31st, 2025. So yes, what we're doing is we're giving away a phone.
Yeah.
That's
what
for all
we're
of
doing.
you X-fans out there. But of course, you can also level up your savings for an epic tomorrow.
That's right. You can open yourselves a hashtag SaveUp account today via the BPI app. One ID and just 5 minutes is all you need for you to have an account.
Plus, there is more. You guys have a chance to also win 1,250 diamonds. It's now easier to save, and in-game, you can get your experience. It'll be more epic than ever. It'll be more epic than tomorrow. You can open it with BPI.
So thank you so much to our lovely sponsors for making everything happen. And of course, guys, I'm excited because, again, last day of week number 7, we are this close to experience the Lakas ng Pinas in the playoffs. And of course, the tournament bracket is also starting to shape up. So guys, let's take a look at how things have changed over the course of 7 weeks as Aurora remains on top.
I agree. There are teams who are already looking forward to the playoffs as a whole. They're pretty much excited because they're secured in terms of making it into the playoffs. But we have a couple of teams down below who are yet to find out if they'll actually make it.
Yeah, it's a little dicey down there still for the bottom 3 teams, Twisted Minds, Smart Omega, and of course APBR, who will also get to watch play later today. And it's looking a little dire specifically for APBR and their life in general to be able to move forward and be one of the teams to lock in that spot. Now for Twisted Minds, I love what we've seen from them so far. I love, and that's honestly been the season, is they've been the ones to bring out a lot of the fun picks or these new debut picks. And but to kick it off for today, we're going to have TNC going against Aurora Gaming.
Ooh, it's going to be a heated matchup because, again, even if 5 teams have already secured their playoff spot, the upper bracket, which every 4 team has been eyeing for, is still not secured. And on the other hand, the last match, APBR versus Onic Philippines, will determine if APBR's life is still... if they're still alive coming into the playoffs. We have 2 exciting matches for our family Sunday here at MPL Philippines. If you haven't gotten your tickets yet, you can grab them now and head over to the MPL PH Arena here at Green Sun Hotel Makati and experience the Lakas na Pinas. Now, guys, we've been saying this all season long.
What's that?
Wait. Let me think about what I'm gonna say.
I was saying, what are we've been saying a lot of stuff here.
I guess he's trying to find which among the many things we've been saying all season long. But I think or while you think of whatever that is.
No, I know what I'm gonna say.
Okay.
But guys, okay, the season has been crazy. It's been a roller coaster ride. We don't know who is going to secure the top two slots, even down to week number 7. It seems like every single member of the teams that are part of the playoffs can and will have a chance at the top 2 spots. But now, woo, it's going to be exciting because it's a showdown once again. Is it going to be redemption or domination for the 2 former teammates, the Yowie versus
That's what he was going to say, right? It's a quest for revenge versus the mission to dominate. You guys can see the stat breakdown here too, especially for the 2 roamers in question, Yaoi and Renegade. And obviously, for Renegade specifically, like RORA has had obviously a great season in comparison to TNC too. TNC did, but you got to remember earlier this week too, we talked about their victories and everything else throughout the season. It's just kind of crazy how they haven't been one of the top 4 teams yet in their victories, but they've been doing well enough to get themselves into the playoffs and everything else. But you can't deny the fact that their victories, a lot of them come off the whims or the wings and the decisions of their roamers for both teams, and that's why we are going to be spending some time comparing them even when we're into the game, just because of how big of an impact they have had. And if you remember all the way back in week 1 or the early weeks of the regular season, everybody was wondering, Yowie came back to the MPL Philippines. What is the impact that he's going to have here? Now, you guys got to remember, TNC, they were what? They were on a 5-season drought for the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's a big, I guess you could say that's already a huge impact, the fact that he comes in and now they've secured their spot for the playoffs going into this one.
Yeah, and he comes back with his signature pick still intact. And with his standing as one of the top Cho users still, and you can still see how dominant he is.
Yeah, and we'll see if the dominance of the Phoenix Army will continue, but I believe we will be hearing a beautiful message from one of the TNC members, so that's why let's look at this video.
Paano kung top 8 ulit? Top 8 ulit? Okay lang yun. Sanay naman tayo doon. Pero paano kung hindi?
Phoenix Army, sa wakas, nandito na ulit tayo sa playoffs. Sa bawat pawis, puyat at sakripisyo, nandito na tayo ulit. Biruin mo, 5 beses tayong nabigo at nadapa. Pero sa kabila ng lahat ng iyon, hindi tayo sumuko, hindi tayo bumitaw. Hindi pa man tapos ang laban, lahat kayo gusto ko nang pasalamatan. Ang mensaheng ito ay taus-puso kong pagpapasalamat mula kay Diyos, kay Tris at kay Dogi, sa coaching staff, at lalo na sa mga players, sa mga caretakers, at sa lahat ng bumubuo ng TNC Pro Team ML. Wala ang lahat ng ito kung hindi dahil sa inyo. Wala tayo lahat sa playoffs kung sumuko tayo. Kaya maraming salamat sa inyo. Pasensya na ha, at hindi ko muna kayo i-congratulate. Pero asahan nyo ang aking buong pusong good luck. Ano man ang magiging resulta, manalo man o matalo, dahil ang pinakamahalaga, na-enjoy natin ang karera.
That was such a heartwarming message from TNC superfan and owner, Sir Eric Redulfin, and I actually like that he was already thanking the Phoenix Army, these players, that even though they aren't yet in the playoffs, I mean, they've secured their slot, they haven't won the championship yet, he continued to believe in them, and I'm pretty sure all these young men are also happy and share the same sentiments that without Sir Eric Redulfin, TNC wouldn't be able to rise to the top. But let's take a look at TNC's match results versus top 4 teams. Nice, you mentioned that they have yet to conquer any of the top 4 teams.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, the main thing that a lot of people want to be looking to, because yes, it is amazing that TNC has made it to the playoffs after all this time, the journey that they've been on that we heard there mentioned, but you know, that's the thing, can they actually go higher? Can they rise up? And that has been the nature of this team, and I think that's the big test as we get through the last remaining games that they have in the regular season, because it would be amazing for them, and I'm sure even a morale boost almost in a way to go into the playoffs if they are able to take a win against one of the top 4 teams here, just because of the fact that, you know, they have struggled. Because that's the thing. They are, right now, TNC's, their stipulation is that they are top 5. They can't go higher, they can't go lower, but if they get a win, that still gives them a ton of experience going into the playoffs eventually.
Yeah, and they have nothing else to worry about, basically. If they can't go any higher or they can't go any lower, then there's probably the silver lining or this thought that could tell them there's nothing else to lose. They can just really play with all that they have, and eventually that might land them a win that could really boost their momentum and morale heading into the playoffs.
And on the contrary, Aurora still has something to gain from winning their remaining matches, a chance to secure an upper bracket slot, top 2 of the standings heading into the playoffs. And looking at the updated bracket seeding conditions, Naisu, what are the chances of Aurora securing everything at the top?
Yeah, basically there was 2 conditions. They already hit the first condition, which was beating Omega, right? So they already did that, and now they have to beat TNC to fulfill the first condition for them moving forward. The second condition, that's not in their hands though, as APBR, which is going to be playing later today, needs to win versus Onic to secure their top seed. So that's what is at stake, you could say, for Aurora's chances of getting to that top seed, which again, we've talked about this quite a bit already, that it is very important being that top seed going into the playoffs, having that advantage. And I think it was even Renmar that mentioned this the other day. That's like, you know, if you're in the top seed, you're like, what, 2 best of 5s, I think it was, away from being, you know, going to EWC, basically. So there's a whole lot of stipulation there that can work for them. And again, it's not completely all in their hands, but they got to win this against TNC to have that one condition met.
Yep, and for sure we're also enjoying the matches. But guys, we have another amazing community poll. So far, we've seen a lot of debut picks for this week. And if you're expecting new debut picks,
we are.
Will there be another debut pick in this match? Type A for sure, or type B for your Suyo versus Joy Enjoyer for the last 6 months. You're not used to this matchup. What do you guys think?
I have to say I'm A. I'm hoping that there will be something else again coming into day number 3, because we've seen a couple of new picks pop up from day 1, from day 2. It's been a consistent trend
for
the first.
Actually.
Ever since the patch took place. So I would love to see more, especially for this particular match with this rivalry that we're about to see.
Speaking of a lot, love, and more, we have a lot more in store for you guys. New battle modes are now available until August 5 for only 109 diamonds only.
You can get new emotes from Aurora, Team Liquid.
Cover.
And if you haven't gotten them yet, Onic, Omega, and TNC's battle emotes also return.
You can show your support for your favorite MPL team and buy them now in the in-game shop. I'm going to predict right now real quick.
Okay, go, sir.
Real quickly, I'm going to say, wait, hold on. This is RORA. I'm going with RORA.
RORA. 2-0, 2-1.
2-1.
Okay, I'm going to go for the same. This is, hold on. It's RORA, 2-1.
RORA, 2-1. Okay, I have to go with the Phoenix Army because I'm feeling hot and it's really hot inside. So, TNC in 5. Shout
Hey,
out
that's not your line.
I know,
Oh.
but I miss Renmar. That's a callback.
We weren't even able to say don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
And I'm pretty sure Renmar isn't missing out of all the action that's in store for us right now. Again, the first matchup, a rematch of the showdown between top roamers. It's TNC versus Aurora. Will Aurora be able to up their chances of securing an upper bracket slot? And will TNC finally reignite their momentum? Later on, we're just going to throw it over, of course, to our lovely marshals. And in fact, the person you'll be hearing later on is someone who's a little bit multi-talented. Let's throw it over to Hans Galleria.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, JJ, Chico, Juven, and Patrick. It's the Ultimate Showdown Part 2 with TNC Pro Team versus Aurora. At the XP lane, you have 3 Martisi and Edward. At the jungle, you have Coil and Demon Kite. At mid, it's Lancy and UM. At Rome, it's Yowie and Renegade. And at gold, it's Benny Cutie and Dominkite. And your coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Imba DJ. Classic matchup is now underway for this first match of the day. Renegade, Yowie, step forward. Yowie, nung napanood mo siguro yung nakaraang interview, sabi ni Renegade, paano ba yan, we? Hindi ka nakaisa. Ano ang gagawin mo para maitabla ang serye? Ano ang palag mo?
Wala ko nasa poder ko ngayon si Boss D. Sa kanya wala.
Renegade, maganda ang banat ni Yowie. Paano mo masiselyuhan na hindi sila makakabawi for this season? Ano ang palag mo?
Nasa poder ka lang niya, pero sa akin yung puso niya.
Fist bump, gentlemen. Aurora, TNC, do your fist bumps as well. MPL Arena, I wanna hear you scream! For this matchup for today, it's the Roras versus the Phoenix Army. Casters, balik sa inyo.
And there you have it, another heated matchup between the top roamers of MPL Philippines. But of course, we have the rising Phoenix. Who's going to be fielded in for TNC Pro Team? Let's see.
All right, it's going to be 3 Martisi and the Coil variation once again. Previously, we saw Zaida and Lord JM, but this time around, they're showing us something else. And previously, it has been a really great performance when TNC Pro Team decided to field out Coil and 3 Martisi. And then on top of that, I'd say, I feel like they're in a really good shape, because if people back then were saying that they were probably a little bit shaky in terms of especially the initiations that come in every now and then from Yowie, it has took a different turn, especially for the previous matches. Extending the series, even up against the top 4, they're slowly getting there, so this might just be the moment they seal in that win against one of the top 4.
And will the shakeup be enough to fight and take down one of the most consistent teams of the season, Aurora Gaming?
Yep, we got Edward, Demon Kite, UA, Renegade, and Dominkite. And We have talked about all of these players extensively throughout the regular season, especially, you know, the Kite brothers, what Renegade has been able to do, of course, how consistent Yue has been, and Edward, nonetheless, Mr. Consistent himself. Now, the thing about them is they have just been able to really play every single role to the T. They've been able to go ahead and lock in some amazing plays individually, but especially as a team. You can see the difference here, too. Hero pool that sticks out, right? There's a couple more picks that TNC has been able to bring, and I think that might be an advantage that we get to see with this iteration again with Coil and 3mar in, because of the new patch. Like that's been the trend this weekend alone, is how many debut picks have come out. So I'm wondering if TNC will bring in, you know, of course, Coil and 3mar, and let that also be part of these debut picks that come out again against a team like RORA, who has been on fire lately and has been very strong. And one of the best ways to be able to go ahead and tackle that as the opponents here, TNC could just go ahead and say, well, let's make this draft interesting and bring something new out to the table.
Because I mean, for Aurora, especially in the previous matches where they played, it could have been, or it was a little bit surprising for me personally to see that they still tend to go for, let's say, the Suyos and all that. They aren't necessarily switching things up in such a way that they're introducing new picks here and there. Well, I'd say except for the Esmeralda, maybe. So if we are kind of considering that they might not, I'm more leaning onto the idea that they will show us something.
And we need to show this to you guys, because I'm pretty sure every single one of you is excited to see our smart pink test for this matchup.
Dale mo, galaw na gusto ko. Mua. Nagkaw nga na lab. Iba yung natapos na tol. Brga! Uy, wag naman gulo
Ay, di pa pala nakapag-isip ng ng face-up namin ni Coil TZ. Ang face-up namin ni Coil TZ. Gusto ko yung medyo mainit para kapag pag may ginawang kababalagan sa akin, mag-iinit tayo man. Di ma-identify yung mukha mo kaya gumana.
Tama ka, mali ako.
Do what works for you. Takot. Oy, outplay. Shish, baka jumble billiard yan. Tuturuan kita mag-ML Uy, kurasit! Baliw, isang lang, straight. Grabe settings ni Yuve man. Wait lang, oy. Ulo kasi settings mo Pinalitan ko na. Maano nga ni.
That's our smart ping test, bringing you a low latency gaming with Smart's Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or at the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
Say the line.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Wow, all right, we're complete. We're okay for the day, you know? I'm so okay for this day. And imagine, we are about to discuss our Infinix keys to victory.
Oh yeah, that's me! Infinix keys to victory! Oh man, okay, for TNC, find different ways. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just have to switch things up. And when you do things for many weeks in and out, sometimes it's good to go ahead and go with a different approach. And I think that's Coil and 3mar. At least that's the best way we could talk about how they do that. Now, finish the hit list. Now, this one, who else is on his hit list? Who else is on Renegade's hit list?
They were able to beat everyone in the span of 4 weeks. I mean, they went on an 8-0 win streak.
Yeah. You know, so
I think the hit list is just literally 3mar and Coil.
I'd love to take a look at the hit list from Renegade right there. And then lastly, for both teams, be consistent and more. Remember when we came into this season, there was a lot of words going around that RORA wasn't that consistent. They're the most consistent, inconsistent team. Yeah. Well, now that's been in shambles. They're consistent as hell. Now for TNC, they have to be the ones working on that consistency. You know, they won quite a few games. They got themselves locked in for the playoffs. That's all great. But go through the reps again here with 3mar and Coil. Be as consistent as they have been. And who knows, maybe this version of TNC will defeat RORA. That'd be huge.
And maybe that is the game plan. Like shaking things up in such a way that teams themselves, Aurora themselves, might not be completely aware that this is going to be the iteration of TNC which they're going up against. Because I feel like it was the exact same scenario the last time this happened. And they got a win during that matchup. So if they are actually able to practice these two lineups for like different situations or whatnot, then we're about to see now, which I feel like is the best timing too, since there has been a recent patch. So if there's any time you can actually surprise your opponents with your lineup and with whatever strategies you have, this could be it, actually.
At this point, I'm expecting a lot of crazy picks, especially from our two roamers. And as we head on to the first drafting phase of game number 1, maybe the style of a new iteration of a lineup for TNC. They're taking a page out of Team Falcon's book when they last fought, because they subbed in Pandora for his cousin Master Ogwen, and they were able to take down TNC. And now TNC is looking to do the same up against Aurora, and they have selected red side this time.
Okay, and also the Joy Band's out here, so there could be some room for experimentation, maybe for Aurora, at least on some of the first picks too. The fact that the Joy is taken out, who has been the hero that's mostly prioritized. I know we've seen a couple different debut picks in the jungle now too, but the fact that, yeah, you took out the Lucas, you don't have the Joy. This last ban might be a Kalea. If they don't ban out the Kalea, that could be for the taking for Aurora in the first pick. But either way, there's so much open here.
I agree. Actually, this might be one of the first few games where the Mathilda isn't actually banned out in the first phase for both of these sides. So they open both the Mathilda and the Kalea. So RORA might actually go for the Kalea, I believe, because it wouldn't be ideal to, I guess, pick up the Harith in this scenario, since there's still a Phoveus out there. Unless you really want to ensure your laning matchup. But then there's the Moskov too, that TNC can still pick up if they wanted to in the latter portions of the draft.
Yeah, especially since Aurora has been also selecting Jushin, but now they banned TNC banned it out, so Kalea would be a viable first option. I also like the chip ban from the side of the Phoenix Army, a little callback to when they last met. They do, however, was able to take down Aurora with the chip of Renegade. And now let's see what's going to happen. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be an XP lane, because we all know Edward has been flexing a lot of heroes, but there you have it, Brigida. The Kalea first pick for
That makes sense, though. You know, go ahead and pick it up. It could still technically, like, we have seen some teams like play with a flex Kalea. But yeah, we're just going to assume this is going to the hands of Renegade. The answer is going to be a Fredrin and a Sicilian. This is so interesting that the Sicilian comes up this early on. And maybe that part of that was just to go ahead and steal it away from Yue. Yue is probably the player that's played the Sicilian the most the regular season, and he usually is just pretty much of a menace. So this is interesting that we see this, like Fredrin Sicilian being picked up in the first phase on the red side. When was the last time we saw this, you know?
I'm not sure. It's been a long time, but even if Sicilian was recently nerfed, again, you have to put the respect when it's on the hands of Yue. And right now, Fredrin for Coil, so he will be using another hero this time, not the Joy's Fannies or the Suyos. But for the side of Aurora, there you guys predicted it again, the Mathilda Moscow back in action for the Northern Lights.
And they can decide to ban out the Phoveus later on, unless... Okay, TNC will not. Okay! So it's not just the Fredrin in the first phase that'll surprise us in the draft. It's the Franco immediately showing up, because this usually is something you see for the last two picks, and not the last pick even of the team.
Can I just say, the last time Yaoi used Franco against Renegade was the lower bracket finals of Season 12 between Blacklist and then Echo, wherein Renegade and his squad was able to take down Yaoi. Wow.
That is a great fact.
I remember it because I was the one who was casting it. that was actually the last time these two met prior to their previous matchup during week number 3.
Yeah. So is that the way they want to close out their second meeting in this season? Interesting bans. Even a Baksha being taken out here for Aurora.
I'm surprised they took that out, but also it could just be you know, covering the bases, because we have seen Baksha pop up once or twice so far for the regular season, but also when you have a Mathilda with you, you don't want that much mobility. Like, you got to think about how much mobility that gives RORA if they did have Demon Kite on Baksha. So they already have a ton of utility to play around with. They can move around the map really well. So now if you're TNC, you want to be able to go ahead and say, like, all right, how do we play against this amount of speed, amount of mobility, amount of even split push that can happen across the map? Because, again, when you pick up a Franco, you want to kind of play around the hooks, right? You're trying to play around the fact that you want to get the hook, you want to get an immediate numbers advantage in these team fights. You're also playing around the fact that you have a Fredrin now in the jungle, so you want to extend some of those objective takes and work from there. But also you have to remember too that this is a long game for TNC already because of the fact that they picked up a Sicilian, and it also depends on what they decide to put in the gold lane. So that's what we're seeing banned out here now from RORA on the last ban. Is it going to be another gold lane option?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that's right. TNC doesn't have anything else to worry about. Honestly, if they get to shut down the entire idea of an early game from Aurora, since the mere fact that they have a Franco kind of like denies Aurora being very, I'd say, committed to taking an assassin jungler. There's the Hayabusa that's still up for grabs. But then you'd have to consider that, again, there is the Bloody Hunt. So there are a lot more things that they'd have to worry about, even up against the matchup of the Fredrin. It's a great ban, taking out the Arlott. So you won't see the Arlott-Fredrin combination from TNC. That's too much already if you still get to allow the Arlott get into Tremar's hands.
Yeah, which we actually saw, I believe, yesterday in the hands of Lord JM when they almost were able to take down, I don't know, the day #1 of Week 7. And they were almost able to take down Falcons. But again, I do agree with the Franco pick. We might even see some sort of a build style like what Edok has been doing in MPL ID, the Franco fleeting time right away, because they have a sustained jungler in the form of Fredrin.
Yeah, actually. So the soaking up the damage. You also have your XP laner who you can still consider to pick up later on. But for Aurora, now that they're looking for their mid laners and their junglers, will they want to go for an assassin jungler? Even despite this kind of lineup, or
I'd be laughing if it's something along the lines of like a Barrett's jungle again. We're just like throwing it back to the Fredrin Barrett's jungle matchup. Yeah, especially because like you have the Matilda, or is it going to be an alpha? Maybe? Oh no, it's okay. The Hanzo comes out instead, and then you have a Farsa, which is usually paired too. Back when we saw Matilda picked up so often, a Farsa was there, and again, you have to think the amount of mobility that this lineup alone has in favor of RORA. That is going to be the difficult thing. So if you really think about it, you're going fishing here if you're the Franco. You're trying to catch whatever you can. And who are you going to catch? Maybe the Kalea, which happens to be the fish, right? Like that's who you're going for.
Going for the fish man now.
I mean, it looked okay earlier when Aurora still didn't have their backline access, but now they were able to get in the range and the backline access to the Hanzo and the Farsa. So Tremartizi, he's only looking for his XP laner here. Is he gonna go for the Hilda or? Okay, there's the Hilda. So he does go for it. There at least has some sort of answer to the Farsa now, but it doesn't change the fact that Aurora seems to have really found the right answers for TNC Pro Team's lineup. But I'm still gonna probably believe that there is a chance there are a lot of surprise hooks or flicker bloody hunts coming in from Yawi.
I mean, even at the draft, I was already surprised that no one even thought about Harith.
I'm glad. I'm not going to complain.
Finally.
That's for me, no Harith, that's fine. Bring some other things to the gold lane, and that's what we're going to see here too. And they're just going full flickers for RORA. They already have enough utility and mobility. They're like, all right, we'll just be pure athletes and go with the flicker.
Okay, it's the athletic flicker.
It is. It's the athletic flickers.
Game 1 is underway, and as we enter the land of dawn, the stakes are high for the Northern Lights. A chance at securing or upping their chances of securing an upper bracket slot against a familiar face in a Yawi squad, the Phoenix Army. And so far, guys, what are your thoughts heading in with this draft?
I'm still going to go with RORA. I think that this amount of utility that's provided with a Matilda alone and a Kalea is just too much to deal with. So TNC is going to have to be able to pull it off with the hooks for Yawi. I think a lot of the responsibility is on Yawi's shoulders in this early portion of the game.
Yeah, because it's not necessarily a setup type of XP laner that they're going with for this lineup. So it really is supposed to be those all-out team fights, which would ideally start with the perfect hook and pickoff coming in from Yawi in order to set things up for Aurora. But at least they also have a decent amount of poke and zoning, since 3 Martizi in this early stage of the game could really prove to be quite a problem for Aurora at least.
Now we can see a very aggressive start coming in from TNC. 3 Martizi making sure that he doesn't give enough space specifically for that Hanzo, for Demon Kite to be able to snowball early on. They know that they have a small window before that Hanzo will be activated, so they're trying to make the most out of it. And looking at the emblems, Yawi also has the PYT, so we can expect a lot of flicker plays coming in from Yawi. And also, there's no Purify for the side of Aurora, so the hooks this time needs to connect. Yawi needs to be the hook man and take a page out of the book of Renegade, but now they're trying to go for 3mar. Oh.
3mar's just gonna walk away.
Yeah,
And not get threatened at all. Demon Kite won't be using his ultimate either. There is an upcoming objective that they really have to consider. But Yawi, he's positioned himself really well. Will he get to land a hook? Will not land on Renegade. Okay.
Renegade so far providing enough vision. TNC is looking like they're blitzing it, but still!
Demon Kite still gets to secure the turtle, even though it was started by TNC, and now 3 Martizi might just not make it out alive. FOD connects, but will Demon Kite go in? He decides not to and will play it safe.
Okay, so they get the objective. RORA knows it. That could have gone way worse, that team fight, especially with... If Kite decided to join the fight, it's good that he got the call not to, because they could have just disengaged. But yeah, that's one of the tough things about playing against the Hanzo. You know, Hanzo can just show up, kind of swoop on in literally, and retribution the objective away. And when you're a Fredrin, like as Coil just has to post up and hope that he gets it. Yeah. So unfortunately for them, neither team really was able to capitalize a kill, but objective for RORA gives them a little bit of a minor advantage for now, but you're going to start to see RORA play around that and see if they can get pickoffs around the side of the map.
Yeah, and what makes it more interesting is that Coil had a opportunity for an Appraiser's Wrath Retribution combination, but still was out-retried by the Hanzo of Demon Kite, and now they're putting enough bodies for the side of Demon Kite to be able to give him a lot more space and not get outplayed by Benny QT, who also has a Purify here, and now TNC back in controlling at the center of the map. And looking at the community prediction, 60% actually believes that the Northern Lights will shine brighter.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at their lineup though, hold on, there's a bloody hunt, which lands onto Renegade, but still Demon Kite decides to go in. Lancy won't be taken down though, so they won't be able to find a trade.
That's one of those moments where, you know, you just kind of check the bush and you're like, yep, I'm dead. Because they had like 3-4 members in there, and there was really nothing that Renegade could have done about that. So the first blood, at least going to the hands of TNC, goes over to them, and they'll go ahead and play around that. And that's something they can always do. Like that play we'll probably see happen more than a few times leading into the next big objective here. You can see some of the items already locking into. Corrosive Scythe now for a Demon Kite. You went that Hunter Strike Rush over here for TNC. Hold on, Benny Cutie.
3 Martizi, will he make it out alive here? He's buying time. He's buying time for TNC, and they get to secure the turtle for themselves in exchange of his life. So that was one of their ways to at least just kind of get something out of Aurora, because they're always consistently getting to contest these objectives, which they work so hard for. But I really agree with what Naisu said earlier with regards to... Wait, what were you saying earlier? No, I really had something in mind. I swear I had something in mind. I was supposed to say something.
But anyway.
I believe in you. You're talking about how they can just go ahead and utilizing the Franco to gank these.
Oh yeah, especially when Renegade doesn't have the Purify.
That was literally an Ingan moment.
She just had an Ingan moment.
No, because like if you don't have the Purify, right, then that's most likely to be the case. It would have been great if he had it though, so he could actually get to use the Guiding Winds every now and then, especially when someone else gets caught. But this is a full flicker lineup from Aurora, so this is something they really have to take into consideration.
The Sky Piercer pickup here from side of Benny Cutie. They already casted 2 ultimates. Coil entered in with the Energy Eruption. It's not going to connect, and I do agree. If for TNC, they have to instantaneously burst any single member that Yawi is able to hook and eventually cast the Bloody Hunt, because that's how you take on a sustained kind of lineup with the likes of the Matilda And of course, Edward's hero, the Kalea. So far, TNC, they have a huge window here to extend their lead and dominate the laning stages, but now they set their eyes on 3 Martisi. 3 goes in.
Oh, that was a flicker committed by Edward. They are going to fully take down and commit onto 3 Martisi in exchange of the turret down bottom, but it doesn't stop there. They also get to secure this turret up top.
Yep, that's going to be an objective for them, a kill. And it looks like there isn't going to be an answer from TNC just yet. The turtle is coming up, though, so they have that positioning. But good usage, though. Demon Kite goes, gives the call. Edward burns the flicker to get the Tsunami Slam off and results them into getting not only a kill, but also the turret down. So that might just be a trade. I'm not sure if they're going to get here in time to actually contest this. RORA does go up front, Renegade and Edward.
Oh, that's a bloody hunt immediately committed onto Edward, but Demon Kite once again finds his way to secure the objective. Dominic Kite by himself, together with Demon Kite, trying to zone out the members of TNC, and now it's only Coil left in the front lines, but still is able to sustain everything from Aurora.
Deja vu for Demon Kite. Another retribution steal for their jungler. And to top things off, they looked for the Edward trade. Unfortunately, Coil's Appraiser's Wrath was a bit short, literally 1 pixels before being able to take down Edward and look for the trade. And now even Dominkite, despite 3 Martisi and the threat of a Yaoi hook there, he's not afraid to go for that tower push.
Yeah, you know that you just have a lot of support here if you're Dominkite.
Oh, once again, now they have their eyes set on Coil, who won't be able to make it out of this. Demon Kite is already in there, and now they also get to take down Yaoi. 3 Martisi is another member to fall. Just 3 members in a snap falling because of that engage.
And that's what I was saying, you know, when you're Dominkite and you're just RORA in general, you know that you have so much utility on your side. And that was a Flask of the Oasis that was picked up before that fight even broke out. So you're covered. The bases are covered for you, and you can just take these fights time and time again. Yes, Coil can tank up a lot of damage as a Fredrin, but you know what more once he's picked off from the team, and then your team's got really no more of a front line. Yeah. You know, Yaoi's just going to go down too. He's going to get blasted, and that's exactly what happened there.
And speaking of front line, Aurora even has a 3rd front liner in the form of Demon Kite, because as you just saw, Edward was hooked by Yaoi, but Demon Kite decided to go in and tank it, making sure that Edward wasn't going to be taken down by the members of TNC. That's why they have a 4K gold lead right now. And looking at the items, Benecutie already has a Hunter Strike and a Sky Piercer, but unfortunately cannot get enough kills. But for Moskov, already close to having that Trinity build.
Yeah, and there's the Winter Crown pickup by Yaoi, which you previously mentioned there. So there's the Rapid Boots and the Winter Crown, but then again, he lacks a little bit more of tankiness. Demon Kite, once again, he's gonna go for it. No! Lancey is the one to secure this Lord Stone Snatch used on to Yaoi, but there's the Winter Crown who will save him for just a little bit more time, but not for long. And there's the Tsunami Slam once again, used onto Coil, but he will be able to dash out, and that is the only trade Aurora gets out of this Lord secured by TNC.
A still good trade for the Phoenix Army. They had the major objective, but Demon Kite wants to change it.
They're still going for it. Soul Snatch used once again. They're under the turret, and Demon Kite won't be able to sustain anymore. Dominic Kite, however, just simply focusing on taking down the turrets. My, oh my, look at this.
Okay, TNC, they stay in this game based off getting that Lord. It was great that Lancey was able to grab that, because, you know, surely with Aurora's lead that they have, the itemization advantage they have, they would have been able to play into that Lord and possibly go into the base of TNC, but they bought themselves some time, and TNC needs that time because of, again, the fact that you have the Sicilian here, as you guys mentioned too. Yaoi doesn't have, oh, hold on.
Oh.
Coil?
Coil will be able to somehow buy some time. Again, that's a bloody hunt committed onto Demon Kite. So that's a major resource down for the Phoenix Army, but Aurora, they aren't going to commit.
Yeah, just looking at the items, already your cores, Demon Kite and Dominic Kite already has their Trinity build, so in terms of activation, they are already activated. And for TNC, they still need to stack up for Benecutie and for Lancey. But so far, Yaoi's hooks are connecting. It's just that they have to connect onto the proper target. They might go for Demon Kite!
And what better target if not Demon Kite? He just gets bursted down like that, but look at the 2-man knockups coming in from Edward, followed up by the fettered airstrike from Yue, and now they're able to take down Fremar and Coil. Dominic Kite going in and bursting everyone down as well. It's a triple for Yue, and there's no one left from the Phoenix Army.
In the words Lords of Renmar, TNC in 5, but in this case, TNC gets wiped out. Now they're going for the push. TNC, they still have their Holy Shield. They have 1 minion cart left. Is this gonna be enough though? They're trying to kite and juggle the damage of the turrets, but right on time. 3 Martisi respawns.
And that fight, I don't know if we're gonna get a replay. Okay, we are gonna get a replay out of that. Dude, Demon Kite gets grabbed, picked off, but then the boys just showed up for him after he went down. Again, Edward has been on point with the initiations with the Tsunami Slams. Yeah. And they just allow Domenkite to fire off from the back end, and he just uses that Spear Destruction so well to reposition himself. So even if a Demon Kite goes down, it doesn't really matter, just because, again, RORA has so much ability and utility to give them the favor of the fight. Yep. Again, a lot of TNC's options are just to go ahead and try to utilize the hooks, try to utilize the fact that maybe even Lancey to an extent, the claws, right? But essentially, you have to always watch every angle if you're TNC, because RORA has so many options to go ahead and out-angle them. Yeah. Now this Lord is up. Demon Kite's back from this. Domenkite will start that up. And they gotta remember, they have almost a 7,000 gold lead here. The itemization is quite different. Oh, there's a hook.
Oh, there's a Sanguine Claws together with the Iron Hook.
Oh, Edward.
But Yowie, he gets to take so much damage. And look at the Tsunami Slam! Landing on the 3 Martisi, two members down for the Phoenix Army.
A 2K swing for Aurora as they take down the Lord. Now TNC, they have to retreat. They cannot contest anymore. It was started off by Yowie with an amazing hook paired up with the Sanguine Claws of Lancey. But Edward and Renegade were 3 steps ahead. The Guiding Wind plus the Tsunami Slam is more than enough to take control once again of the lead. And now the Northern Lights are pushing in. There comes the Feathered Airstrike.
Demon Kite goes in, uses the Soul Snatch onto Betty Cutie, down to half HP, is forced to retreat. But they are going to wait for the Lord, but even before that, they get the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, they get the 2 turrets down. This could be a final game push, too. 10,000 gold at this point for RORA. I cannot believe, again, that Edward actually managed to survive that. Yeah. He only had, I think it was Athena Shields and Anti-Karas. Doesn't have a 3rd defensive item just yet, so now they get prepped and ready to march in with this Lord here into the base.
Okay, there's the Feathered Airstrike. Oh, look at the damage coming in for multiple members of TNC Pro Team. That's a flicker coming in from Edward once again to get Coil! And now they take down one crucial member. Demon Kite just goes in, and Domenkite has his eyes set on the base, securing game number 1 for the Auroras.
The Northern Lights once again outshines the fire of the Phoenix Army in an exciting fashion. And as you can see, the crowd is going wild. What an amazing game from the most consistent team so far this season.
Yep, and again, I don't know who's going to get MVP here, but Edward had a hell of a game. Mr. Consistent himself, just massive on the Kalea. And when it was brought up in the first portion of the draft, that first pick, again, you can play around the flexibility of that hero. And they did this so well. Again, utilizing how much utility this lineup brings them, the amount of burst damage that also comes with a Farsa early on, and then even to an extent of the Hanzo, right? Hanzo allowed Demon Kite to even just go ahead and start up some of these fights and get things going, and then, you know, if he has to go back, he does. He also got quite a few retribution takes under the noses of TNC, and really you also have to just chalk it up as Domenkite didn't have to worry about too much, you know? Like, he was able to just go ahead and have that gold lane experience, farm up in the back. This is where Demon Kite gets caught, but the boys show up. Look at this. Everybody is there, and they just go and force the counter fight against TNC here.
Yeah, because of his kite bro, Demon Kite. He's literally, he wasn't Demon Kite for that game. He was a decoy kite. Literally becoming the sacrificial lamb of Aurora. Wow. That's why his kite bro, the next standard, Domenkite, will take home the MVP.
Honestly, this guy, as Naisu mentioned, literally had nothing else to worry about. Where I'd say it was the complete opposite for TNC, because it has been a recurring topic for the majority of the game that whoever they decide to land the Iron Hook on doesn't necessarily guarantee a kill. They were still waiting for their timings. And even then, it posed a bigger threat when, despite getting a pick-off onto any member of Aurora, specifically at that one moment, which was Demon Kite, it still wasn't enough for them to win the team fights, to win the trades, because they have to use so much resources when in fact Aurora, they'd be really okay with even just 4 of them fighting up against the 5 members of TNC, so long as one of those major resources are already down.
And what I loved about this too is just the amount of kill participation that Dominkite had. It was 94%. He was there for literally everything that he needed to be. You know, some Mozcovs, they just stay on the other side of the map and they'll just go ahead and push the lane. But he was here all the time because his damage profile was very important in a lot of these fights because, yeah, Demon Kite might be able to go in as a Hanzo, get the Soul Sever off or the Soul Snatch off and everything else, but it has to be Dominkite to follow through after UA bursts everyone down. UA was the top of the damage meters for the majority of the game, if not the whole game, and that's what you picked the Farsa up for. Again, this is where Edward survives. It's insane. A sliver of health, but it was Edward all day, man. Like, he was just go ahead, let me go grab someone and slam them into the ground, and you guys can go ahead and take them from there. And so this lineup, that's why I was saying it when we were in the draft. I was like, this is such a good lineup. There's so much utility. There's so much damage, magic, and physical that it was going to be really difficult for TNC to play against, because even if you take out the Farsa, for example, you still have quite a bit of physical damage that is a nuisance to deal with, especially if you're a Sicilian and you're kind of, you know, more susceptible to get burst down. And that's why they had the Purify. But even when you saw them have the Purifies, there's just way too much crowd control here, man. Like, that's what happened with Aurora's lineup. They were able to overload all the options that TNC had here. So again, even with the way that they were trying to play around the Franco, who's now, you know, he's not 100% win rate anymore, unfortunately. It was only a couple times that he was picked up, but yeah, the Franco doesn't do it here for TNC in this game 1.
Yeah, and it also came to a point where in Edward, his Tsunami Slams weren't focused on Lancy and Ben Cutie, the Purify holders. Literally anyone. They can burst down. 3-mar
Even 3-mar, yeah.
Coil, even Yawi, especially since he opted to go for the Winter Crown first item, then eventually Fleeting Time, the Edoc Franco build.
Yeah.
And it was total domination. And I do agree with Naisu and Bree. The lineup says it itself. You have to burst down all the targets you hook or Bloody Hunt immediately, because the counter, the re-engage of Aurora is just too much. And that was a good pickup with the Matilda again, because it enabled every single member of Aurora to do crazy things. And not to mention, I think Dominkite didn't even miss one Spear of Destruction this game.
Nah, I think the only one was during the first few minutes.
No, he meant to
towards
do that.
the mid lane, or that was intentional maybe.
It was intentional.
The very few times we felt like TNC somehow had control of the map was when they were constantly able to hold the right mid bush. But if they weren't, and Aurora has an idea of where they all are, they aren't afraid to like engage and look for a fight. And that's the thing, because Aurora, with their lineup earlier, you'd expect that they'd have very minimal ways to check the brushes to get some information for wherever the Franco is gonna come from, wherever the Iron Hooks are gonna come from, but that didn't become a problem anymore because they were way ahead, and this was the BPI rich guy of that game.
Yep, so the BPI rich guy here, Dominkite, again, you know, 11,584 gold, total 863. He was just able to do everything he needed to. The other thing too, and what I liked the way that Dominkite plays the Mozcov, because he's one of the few players that does play it like this, is just the fact that he has so much good information and comms coming from the team that he knows when he should be joining or not, when he should be pushing. I mean, think about even back in the previous weeks when they've won games off the fact that Dominkite was playing the Mozcov, you know? So he is a menace on that hero and plays it very well, so that's something that maybe TNC might want to consider, or even other teams going into it, because that's the thing. Every time we talk about RORA winning, it's like every single lane, every single player has their own like highlight moments. Like, you can think of what Dominkite did here as the MVP. You can think about what Edward did on the Kalea, which you don't often see Kalea's played to that, you know, to that level, to that extent. And even in the case, just all around, everybody really played the part. And I think too, the Farsa was such a good pick again because of the Franco. Like I said in the draft, you want to play around the Franco. What does that mean? You're going to clump up around the Franco and hope that they get a hook. Now, if they get spotted out, all UA has to do is drop down Feathered Airstrike on like 3-4 people. So that's why his damage meter was so high too, just because of the fact that they were clumping up for UA anyway, you know? So it's like, how do you escape that amount of burst damage? So that's why I really loved the draft here from RORA in game 1. I think it was very, you know, a genius draft to bring out.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, UA literally just had to stand up, and if ever someone was able to escape, Demon Kite or Domin Kite will go there for the chase and just literally finish off what UA started. So now Aurora up 1-0, just like what happened during their first meeting in week number 3. Or was it TNC who won? I'm not quite sure, and I have to double check. But the results were 2-1. Again, this is an amazing matchup with the stakes high for Aurora because it's for an upper bracket slot. But now I want to check how is Hans Galleria and Calusi doing in our MPL PH arena. That's why let's throw it over to them.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. I just want to know, kamusta ba ang Auroras, everybody? Everybody is alive and well matapos makuha ng Aurora yung Game 1 kani-kanina lamang. But we are back for another Around the M World in 60 seconds kung saan babalikan at susubaybayan natin ang lahat ng mga liga in under a minute. And with that, the timer starts now. MPL MY resumed last Friday. Week 2 was greeted with wins for Team SRG OG, Homeboys, and Todak. Yesterday also saw the debut of Malaysia's youngest jungler, the 16-year-old Error 404 that gave Team Vamos their victory against Ocean Black. Sa MPL ID naman, they resumed last week as well. RRQ Hoshi's streak has been broken by the red-haired BTR in a huge sweep against the Kingdom. Nakabounce back naman sila kahapon versus Dewa, but back to BTR with Light and Eman continuing their momentum from not only beating the Kingdom last week, but TLID as well. Let's add their win against EBOS yesterday to their list because Mirko is very happy about that. Another returning league this week is MSL Myanmar. Falcon Esports is climbing their way on top of the standings after beating Xeno Esports and Actual Esports. Mythical Seal and Yangon Galacticos are closely following behind. Lipat naman tayo sa MPL SG because they recently announced a roving regular season. Every week may bagong venue. They also teased a new format with the introduction of qualifying rounds. MPL SG Season 9 begins this May 10. And with that, that is a minute. Maraming salamat. I'm sure that there are a lot of things moving forward. At sigurado ako na magiging intense din ang ating mga matchups para sa araw na ito. The Roras are here. I actually want to know and I actually want to hear their cheers. Roras, lights within. I want to check on the other side if they are actually arrived. TNC? Medyo hindi nila memora. That's always Rice, ladies and gentlemen. I want to know, TNC? And they are looking forward to rise all the way for that Game 2 to bring it to a Game number 3. Malalaman natin kung ano ba magiging kaso niyan. Balik muna natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans Galleria, for that amazing 60-second update and a vibe check of what's happening in our MPL PH arena. Once again, we are back at the English desk. It's a family Sunday once again, and we just witnessed an exciting first matchup. What are the adjustments TNC needs to bring for game number 2?
I mean, the timing of the Franco pick was surprising in itself for me. It's like there were certain picks that it could potentially have limited, but the way that they showed it up immediately allowed Aurora to adjust, which again was through the Farsas, through the Hanzos, which I feel could have been something else if it weren't the Franco that was immediately showed there by Yaoi. But it is what it is, and there were so many things that TNC Pro Team needed to do for their lineup to work, so they might want to simplify it a bit, I guess, heading into game number 2, since Aurora, macro-wise, they're a team you really have to watch out for.
Yeah, they are one of the best teams macro-wise right now, I would say, for Aurora, for a lot of the way they play. But, you know, in TNC, if we think about it, a lot of their wins and a lot of their victories, when they do get the momentum going, it's off the pick-off-centric playstyle. Yeah. Again, this is what you have when you have someone like Yaoi, for example. And so maybe the Franco pick could have worked in a certain situation, but it was just counterplayed so well with the draft that we saw from Aurora. So I think the biggest change here for TNC is going to have to see exactly what the game plan is as we jump into the draft here on that first pick, because, you know, that's where the telling sign is. You got to remember, they went the Fredra and Sicilian first.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they wanted to go ahead and take, and they still are going to be on the red side. So those 2 first picks for them are going to be very crucial and important, because I think they could have used a little more utility. You know, there was like, if you compared it to what RORA had, it's like so much utility versus just a little bit for TNC. And I think right now some of the key components of having a good lineup is being able to have those options of utility. So maybe they can test the Kelra this time around. I'm not sure if it's going to be banned out. It still is the Lucas, the Joy, Lu Yi here from RORA. For TNC, the Jushin, the Fanny. And last ban for them is kind of up in the air, I think, still. But
Kelra?
They might want to just ban it out, because you don't want... I could see, honestly, a Matilda and a Kelra going in the hands again of RORA. Or if the Kelra is not banned out, then they just pick it again to flex.
Yeah.
Because that's what RORA did in the previous game.
I mean, they're one of the few teams who are really efficient in flexing the Kelra. So TNC might really want to consider that.
Or if they don't decide to ban out the Kelra, ban out the Matilda instead, TNC can counter out with the Jawhead that Yawi has been using, and at the same time was recently, but they still ban it out. So we can see a Matilda Renegade now, but they still go with the chip.
It's almost like you have to pick your poison right now in the current meta. You know, like, do you want to deal with the Kelra, or is the chip open and Matilda as well? It's like, you know, because you don't have the Lu Yi anymore since that was banned out. So does TNC actually want to go ahead and pick up a Matilda, for example? I'm not sure if that would be the best thing for them. But they're going to have to be able to play, like, anytime the chip comes up, you got to start thinking, all right, how do we play against this chip?
Yeah, I feel like they want to save the Yawi pick for later, since they need probably some AoE. If it's not in the mage, then Yawi might want to consider other picks in the row. But it's a Yawi. You would really expect the Joe.
Or me get the Moskov immediately.
Okay.
No, they go with the Hayabusa and the Phobius. Good picks here for Coil, specifically for Coil and 3 more TC. So now Aurora, they can go with what they went with during game number 1, where they secured already the Moskov.
Yeah.
And pick up
the Matilda again, but this time
Matilda
no, there's a chip. Never mind.
I mean, we've seen a lot of things happen in week 4. It could be a possibility.
Okay, but if they were to pick up the Moskov in this phase,
there.
Oh wait!
Wow, Suyo's actually going to be played.
Oh, this is what we were talking about.
We didn't see him at all yesterday, right?
Yeah, we did with Demon Kite.
Oh, okay.
Again, Demon
Once,
Kite.
and it was a dominant win for them, 4-0 for KDA. Now, gonna be played again by Demon Kite, the man himself. But Yue goes with one of his signature picks. The Lu Yi to deny the potential. Yeah.
Okay.
And there's the Harith. Okay, so Harith is going to come through too for the gold lane. They take out the Moskov. This will be kind of fun to see what Dominkite decides to pick up. Obviously, you still have the Granger available that you could play. That is the more of the classic matchup that we see here. But since you got a couple options, gold lane, I'm thinking... Honestly, for Dominkite, you just go... I wouldn't even be surprised if we see something new.
Like a...
in the gold lane. Okay, not that.
Like the Clint, maybe?
Clint, Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, the Clint did pop up earlier this week too, so you want to have something that works well against the Harith here. And even for the XP lane, like, what is Edward going to play this time around?
Yeah. So they take out the Selena too, since again, it could have been a potential soft counter to the presence of the chip that they have here. But I feel like they're gonna let whichever Yawi hero through in this scenario, since they have the Valentina for themselves. They can have the setup to themselves if ever they wanted to. If Yawi does decide to pick up something other than the Cho, like an ultimate dependent hero. But they're yet to reveal their mid laner, so that's another thing. They can also have the ultimate of whichever mid lane Lancey's gonna pick up.
Hear me out.
What?
Esmeralda.
Again?
For Edward.
I was thinking that just because of the fact that you have the Harith.
The Harith and potential roamers that generate shields.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Edward used it yesterday. Let's
what was
see.
his answer in the interview yesterday? He was like, they asked him, like, why the Esmeralda? He's like, well,
there are a lot of shields.
There's a lot of shields.
I missed the Esmeralda. Yeah.
There was a Badang too there, right?
Yeah, there was a Badang. Oh, it could also block the Badang pick. Exactly.
Though the first ones to pick after this are TNC, so what are they going to decide to pick up for their mid or their roam hero in this scenario? Are they gonna save their roam for last again and decide to pick up just a mid lane? What is there? What if they go for the Valir or something?
Good ban. You go ahead and focus down Yaoi a little bit here. So we might see that roam option coming up for TNC already. Because a lot of that's already out. What else could he pick up here?
Jawhead.
Jawhead, would he want to play a Tigreal into this? I don't know if he would. Okay, this is the
There's the
Bedang.
Badang Esmer.
So this is gonna be a good Esmeralda.
This has to be an
could
Esme
be
game.
Esmeralda game. Edward.
You're probably thinking about it right now. You know what? Just go with the Esmeralda.
Again.
Take the shields.
Right.
Take the shields. And for Dominkite, does he go for the Granger still?
I think we just see the Granger go in the gold lane. Oh, Hylos?
Hylos.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They're gonna keep it safe. So is it gonna be either the Granger or something?
That's that's an
There's the
Irithyll. Okay.
I was not familiar at all with that voice line.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Irithyll, but maybe he just wants to go ahead and run around. You know, run around what TNC has here for this lineup. Not only that, but you know, the damage from it, the burst damage from it is pretty good. You also, depending on what Valentina is going to take for ultimate-wise here, I don't know, you have a couple options, you know. But the last pick for TNC, they still need their mid lane. And honestly, if they just pick a Farsha, then you just give the feathered airstrike over.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of figure out, like, all right, what do we want to play?
Is this a Sicilian again?
If it's a Sicilian, though, too, that I feel like it's just a little bit too much time that you need to build up.
Oh, there's the Valir!
There's the Valir!
Okay, we saw this yesterday, too.
Yeah. At least they have a lot more reasons to pick it up this time, since there is a high loss. And it somewhat answers to the potential shortcuts that will come in from the chip, because you'd at least want to have something to prevent them from just going all in and running all towards you whenever that happens. So,
just push them away.
Yeah, just push them away.
With a wall of fire.
And the difference now is that he has a lot more damage.
He does.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Valir. He is the student of my favorite hero. So that's about as close as it's going to get, it seems, for me. So anyway, this is the breakdown of the lineups here. Still, it's quite strong. Also for RORA with their lineup, this is also the Suyo again, who has kind of fallen off a little bit, but like in the hands of Demonkite, still able to make it work.
It doesn't seem like Demonkite considers the adjustment at all. Even yesterday, one of the few, or if not the only
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
To bring out the Suyo in the draft. So this is the match point, actually, for Aurora.
Match point for the Northern Lights again. A chance at upping their chances of a top 2 slot coming into the playoffs up against the Phoenix Army TNC, who has secured and locked their 5th spot coming in to the playoffs. Once again, we're seeing Renegade the Hitman. This time, the teleport man could be a major factor with the macros.
Is that what we call? Is that what we call Renegade?
I don't know what else to call him at this point.
Shortcut man.
The shortcut man, yeah.
Yeah, take the shortcut man.
He got the pull yourself together too, so there will be a lot more flickers than we'd expect happen in this game.
I still always think, like, Chip is great, and sometimes it works against your teams. Now, just because often he's banned out, you don't see,
It seems like they waited for that perfect timing, but the beautiful blade search as a response from Demonkite prevents the pickoff onto Renegade.
See, if that was pre-nerfed Suyo, that would have been a triple kill.
Immediately.
Immediately.
for sure. But again, we're seeing how Demonkite has adjusted his gameplay, specifically for this series, wherein he's literally doing a roamer's job where his roamer is low. He's going to enter in, scare off the Phoenix Army, and make sure Renegade is harm's way and was able to escape. So now TNC needs to up the pressure once again, because when it comes to the late game, they're going to have a hard time dealing with the potential split pushes that can come from the Hitman himself. But now major objective will now be respawning. Who's going to get the first turtle?
Yeah, waiting for that level 4 here. UA does grab it. Also takes his choice of ultimate too. Takes it from the Badang. So the turtle's up. They're going to get in position. Demon Kite working on his buff. Meanwhile, up top, Coil's going to go grab his orange. And they should be able to break out into a fight. It's going to be a 4v4. Unless Renegade hits level 4, I don't think you bring up Dominkai anyways for this.
Oh, he's about to though, and that's a beautiful usage of the Glorious Pathway. Koi will decide to go in, uses the Yogi Shadow Kill, but a bit too early to contest with the Retribution. But still, he gets it nonetheless, together with a First Blood onto Yue. Those are the Infernal Pursuits coming in from 3 Martizi, but he gets taken down by Dominkite as well. And now they're still going for it because Demon Kite goes in with a Blade Surge, but it might just not be enough because Koi might be the one to turn things around this time, taking out the rest of the members of Aurora.
The turnaround for the Phoenix Army. Aurora decided to stay a little bit longer. And without Demon Kite, they had no chance with an out-of-nowhere setup. From Yaoi, the fist break, fist crack connected onto 3. They also got the turtles, so every single trade that happened, TNC won that.
Not only that, but that's the strength also of having a Valir on your side. You're able to go ahead and, you notice how that team fight broke out where they disengaged, they re-engaged, they even baited RORA to come back into the fight. Demon Kite got caught there. And, that is just a phenomenal early start for TNC. Yaoi got a couple kills off of it. Coil, of course, did, plus the objective. So now the scaling with this lineup that TNC has is going to be very favorable for them. The Hunter Strike was locked in, too, for Coil off of that. And they can start to look for some of these picks here, too. Every time the Flicker is available for Yaoi, they should be able to go ahead and try to make a play on one of the side lanes even. And that's why you have them kind of hovering around there. Even with the Revitalize earlier on that Edward had, it wasn't enough to out-sustain the fight of TNC's lineup this early on. So something they're going to have to kind of consider. RORA might have to take a step back a little bit and kind of slow things down because they don't want this to be another case of, all right, next turtle's up, we have the same thing happen to us because this is a lineup for TNC that can scale kind of out of hand really quickly.
Yep, and that's a 100% kill participation for Coil in less than 5 minutes into this game. So you could already imagine the advantage he currently has. He's a level ahead of Demon Kite already, which encourages them a lot more to go for this upcoming objective.
Yeah, there is a Sever Retribution combination that can come from Demon Kite, but that's if they can get past the literal walls of fire set up by Lancy or the literal wall from the Badang of Yaoi. But here comes 3 Martizi setting things off with the Infernal Pursuit, trying to target Edward, already cast the Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, and he's forced to use it to revitalize. Coil once again secures the turtle for TNC. Take out Renegade as well. And there's the Ogi Shadow Kill landed onto Demon Kite, but somehow he finds his way out.
Again, there's just not enough firepower from RORA's lineup with what they have. They might not, they probably shouldn't even taken that fight. And Dominkite, he's gonna have to rely on Renegade to get here on time.
Okay.
Should be okay. So yeah, Dominkite's gonna be fine to clear that out. But you just saw the difference in fighting power that TNC showcased there after they got that turtle, and they finally get that turret up, down up top as well. Coil pushed that in. You can see some of these first items being locked in too. Yaoi gets a Thunderbelt. You got the Glowing Wand over here for Lancy. Also a Thunderbelt for 3mar. He is a problem as well, and that seems to always be the case with the Phoveus during the early game. He can basically just be your frontliner alone. So that gives the freedom to Yaoi to go ahead and find those setups with that fist break, fist crack combo. And look at this, already on the bottom lane.
Oh, they land or decide to use the shortcut, but will this be enough? Because look at that fist break, fist crack combo coming in from Yaoi together with Yogi Shadow Kill bursting down Edward and Renegade. They have no frontliners left for Aurora.
Yaoi goes in with a conceal to cover more ground and try to cut off the exit route of Aurora, but we're seeing what Breda predicted so far. The Glorious Pathway literally is useless.
Yeah.
With the Searing Torrent coming in from Lancy's Valir. And it's honestly hard to execute the Searing Torrent plus Fist Break combination, but Lancy and Yaoi has been executing it to perfection 2 consecutive times. And as we look at the instant replay, you're going to see it here. The Glorious Pathway casted down, and Lancy starts things off with the Searing Turret paired up with the Yaoi flicker in.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Every single time that TNC wants to go ahead and fight against that, if the shortcut's used or not, Yeah. They have such a good advantage, and you know, it makes me wonder. Like with TNC, and I was saying when you asked about the draft earlier on, it's like they need a little more utility. Well, even the Valier seems to be enough utility to help them deal with this. Oh, Renegade.
It's the perfect balance of utility and damage, and now Renegade is feeling the damage that we were just talking about right now. He's not able to land those shortcuts, which could get fully utilized by Aurora. It feels like they're being very hesitant on whether or not they're gonna go in.
Even burned the flicker for the Hitman, and now TNC in full control. 4.6k gold lead, even Yawi sizing up every single member of Aurora for them to be able to take down the mid lane turret. And as we look at the items, already a BOD pickup here for Coil. Starlium, Sight, and Feather of Heaven for Benny Cutie. So in terms of activation, you can already feel that they're activated.
Yeah, they're at that point. So if you're Rora, you need quite a bit of time here. You might not even want to go ahead and contest this first Lord because you're going to just kind of lose that team fight. Even if you get a great setup, I just feel like they're lacking that firepower. And this is one of the weak points, I guess you could say, of Irithyll, especially her early game and like the mid game. Her damage just isn't that great until later on. And you need a lot of time to be able to go ahead and maneuver yourself around those fights. The problem is, even if you go ahead and find an angle, like that's again why the Valier is such a nuisance for them right now. You're going to get pushed, you're going to get pulled, whichever way you want to go. And Yue, for the most part, he's been holding on to Yawi's ultimate. You know, he's been taking that, but again, it comes down to even if you get those setups, you don't have enough firepower. Who's going to do the fire? Who's going to do the damage over there? You know, Demon Kite's having a hard enough time joining those fights and those skirmishes. He needs to just go ahead and focus up on farming, and that's exactly what he's doing. So they might try to play some of the macro level here if they also decide to give up this Lord. And that's an Ice Queen wand now picked up too for Lancy. So those fireballs and those torrents are going to be even more annoying now that you're slowing down too.
Yeah, even Benny Cutie close to a Holy Crystal already. So in terms of fighting back, as you mentioned, it's going to take a lot more minutes for Aurora to be able to counter it out. And I do agree with what you said. They have to focus on the macro, utilize what they have with the Renegade chip instead of going for the contests, which could end badly for the Northern Lights. Just make use of the time of the split push and at the same time try to delay TNC as much as possible.
I feel like Aurora's really trying to do that, but TNC, they're just grouped up together all throughout. Even when they had to work on the wave that was pushed by Aurora up top, none of them wanted to do it alone. And so Renegade might not find the best target. And it's now that he gets to find one. No, it's Coil who gets to dodge everything else. And look at that fist break. Fist trap landed once more onto the members of Aurora. Now they're falling one by one, and it's only Renegade left alone. But he can only do so much. It's a wipeout for TNC.
A disaster of a Hail Mary play from the Northern Lights. TNC 5 steps ahead. Crucial fist break, fist crack combination from Yawi. And this could be an endable angle. We might see a game 3.
That is what I was talking about with the chip. It either works for the team or works against you. And that was a clear moment where the chip works against you. And so Lord coming down on the bottom side, they might still be able to defend this.
Oh no, but look at Edward not being able to sustain the damage anymore. And now they're taking away an inhibitor turret from Aurora. They slowly gain access towards the base, and we're just 10 minutes into this game.
Holy Shields popped in the middle, but Aurora was still able to salvage it. But the lead of the Phoenix Army already at almost 9k, and looking at the items, it's pretty good for Benny Cutie. Already has the Holy Crystal, and compared to Dominkite, just the Hasklos and the Windtalker, it's going to take a lot more minutes again for Aurora to be able to punch back, assuming that Yue could also have a beautiful fist break, fist crack combination up against TNC.
Yeah, again, the Valier is such a good pick against this chip pick. Hold on.
We go to the replay, but looking at the right side, they're trying to go for Jay.
He won't be able to make it out alive. And this is a quick replay of what happened earlier at the purple buff. It was really unfortunate for Aurora. I mean, they were able to find Coil, but Coil had a shadow. He was just able to escape and dodge everything else. And now with Renegade out of the picture, TNC might actually go for this.
Conceal for TNC, waiting for the perfect angle. We can see Yawi leading the charge. Will they go for the setup? You already used this fist break, fist crack to clear out the minions, and a beautiful defense from the Northern Lights, but they have to make more because in 40 seconds, Lord will spawn up.
Yeah, I'd rather just see them give the next Lord up too. Unless Renegade tries to go for a Hail Mary play again with the shortcut, then you know that's kind of what RORA's position is right now. They're not going to be able to really contest any of these objectives. They're going to have to kind of just buckle down and farm up. You know, if you look at Dominkite, he's got 3 items right now. He also has that Malefic Gun, so he's got a little more range here, the Haas Claws, but we're just seeing all these team fights kind of break out, and then they just get collapsed on. There's not really a moment just yet where they're actually able to go ahead and look like they have a fighting chance. I mean, even for Edward, what a contrast from the previous game he had where he was able to just go ahead and pop off in the Kalea. Here's Renegade again.
Oh no.
Seeing the conceal, he's going to get spotted out. They might put enough pressure here. Demon Kite's actually pushing up top still, so TNC might have to respond to this. They're fighting for this Lord. It's sitting at half health, and they send Benny Cutie up.
They might go for this Lord take now. Renegade waiting to cast that ultimate, but Coil gets the Lord!
Coil gets the Lord, and Dominkite with his attempt to damage the members from behind becomes successful in doing so. Lancey is down, but look at the Edward. He will be traded out too. Benny Cutie is the next to fall, and 3 Martisi takes down Renegade, but they're still going for it. UA won't survive this. Dominkite, the Kite Brothers take down 3 Martisi!
It's a 2v2 situation, but TNC was able to secure the Lord. Demon Kite tried to go for the inhibitor up top, but they had to try and contest for that Lord. A 5k gold lead still for the Phoenix Army, but now they might go for the end angle because the Lord is sieging in onto the bottom lane.
It's actually really impressive that RORA was even able to go ahead and get what they did through that. Again, playing around the macro is probably going to be the best option they have right now for this game. They will clear this Lord out, so they're going to be fine. They're going to stay in the game. They got quite a bit of gold over on their side too, and you're starting to see some of the damage come online for Dominkite. He still needs a lot of time though. They actually still need at least another couple minutes. They might be in a better position for the next Lord. They could actually play around the same thing, you know, try to push the long lane, try to push that bottom side if they can. And so TNC, they have to make sure that they don't fumble that because they've got quite a bit of a lead. They have a ton of itemization advantage too against RORA. And when you really think about it, I mean, even Coil hasn't died yet. He's 9-0-8 or something like that. 9-0-8. He's online, but still, they have to keep an eye on Demon Kite. Demon Kite's the one making these moves across the map.
Yeah, and Dominkite too, he was already able to find the right position earlier to land his heavy crossbows. There's the glorious pathway. Coil goes in, looks for the backline, but just gets bursted down. Renegade, in an attempt to go for the sandwich play, gets taken down as well. The shortcut's already out of the picture, and Edward's left alone in the middle of 4 members of TNC. And that's a 2-for-1 trade so far.
A quick response from the Phoenix Army. They went for the fist break, fist crack combination after Renegade was able to cast that ultimate. That's why Aurora wasn't able to clap back. They do, however, get Coil. But now TNC, they have 4 members pushing in onto the middle lane. They're going to respect the capabilities of Aurora as Demon Kite tries to go for a split push.
Big shutdown, though. That was big shutdown gold on Coil. But, you know, still, Aurora gets punished. And that's the thing. Every single time those shortcuts are used, they could either work for you or against you. It's going to be crucial leading into the next objective. But I would think that RORA actually wants to somehow contest this. Now, when I say contest the Lord, that might be, again, doing the same thing, just pushing one of these lanes on the bottom side, trying to put some pressure there for TNC to possibly make a mistake. That's going to be their best bet as RORA gets ready for this next fight. Dominkite's also in a good position as long as he's got the battle spell up, if he's got that, you know, the sprint up to be able to maneuver around. That has saved him a couple times already. So this positioning for Dominkite is going to be crucial. Okay. I thought he was okay. Oh, hold on. Renegade's still there.
It's a good seal! But the shortcut doesn't get landed. There's no way out for Kyle, and he might just be taken out by Aurora. A successful pickoff, but TNC, they're going to go for the counter engage. Lancey trying to chase after Edward.
Sacrifice.
The rest of the members will be able to recall, but Edward is left alone as a sacrifice.
Enough time bought for Edward because Renegade was able to split push up top as well. They have fat minions up top and they can get the Lord. Coil 20 seconds before they respawn. What's TNC's response here?
Oh, they're going to have to fight it. They're going to have to hold this together. They can't let RORA just take this Kite does go ahead and just push a bot, so it looks like they'll take what they can in terms of these turrets and just wait to go for another fight from TNC. That was a great play from RORA, but still, they have a lot of ground to cover to be able to win this game in a sweep, win the series in a sweep.
Yeah.
Seeing the items here too, you're getting to a point where it's getting pretty deadly. A Divine Glaive now too for UA, still working here on the next item. You've got a little bit of tankiness now for Renegade, and Edward is going to be crucial tier 2. Now that he can withstand some of the burst, you know, he's got some of that survivability now to deal with TNC. Sometimes it might just be him surviving those extra seconds and not getting bursted down right away. So this is now a tough Lord for TNC to take. They are going to start it up and go quite quick, though.
Are they bursting it down?
The blitz?
Renegade looking for a target from behind, but Coil still secures the retribution. Demon Kite's down bottom, making work of the game as well. But the clash still proceeds here up top. Will this actually be an end angle for Aurora? Edward, though, is not going to take, or will be successful in zoning out the members of TNC. And that's enough to split the attention of the Phoenix Army.
Because that was a 4-on-5, but Aurora was still able to take down through Martizi and get an inhibitor down bottom. Now they're going to make quick work of the Lord. TNC, the pressure is on. They want to use this. They want to try and go for the push. They're waiting for a setup from Yaoi, but again, they have to respect that they don't have the numbers. And we can see the lead of TNC diminishing. It came to a point of 9K gold lead. Now it's down to 500.
RORA, I'm going back to what I said nearly 8 minutes ago. They just have to play the macro, and that's what they've been doing now. And look what it's got them. The gold lead that was TNC is completely gone. Yeah, they have more kills and everything else, but at this point, that doesn't matter. They are losing to the macro game, and RORA has been slowly choosing these moments around the map, actually playing around the chip. And TNC, they can't let that to continue to happen here. Yeah. They do hold on to more base turrets, yes, than RORA, but when that Lord comes up again, how are they going to adjust themselves? Because they haven't really had an answer for that yet. Yeah. They haven't been able to answer that side lane pressure, and that's one hit away up on top. You can expect RORA to go for that too. And you're seeing the team fights break out too, because they were able to catch up in items, and that's now Blade of Destruction picked up here for Kite. He's locked in, and he's ready to go ahead and win these fights. And that's why in the last one, even though it was a 5v4 for the most part, RORA survived. RORA was able to pump out enough damage and survive that fight against TNC. So what this means is basically it's an even ground when it comes to the team fight for this next objective, unless TNC gets creative themselves. And that might be the option that they have to rely on for winning this game.
Yeah, they have to think outside of the box. Just trying to wait for Renegade to make a move and eventually gank him, force out the shortcut play, but we can see Demon Kite again controlling the macro, creating a split push after split push. And that's the thing, TNC, you would expect Coil to also do the split push, but with the presence of a chip, it's literally dangerous for Coil to try and attempt that.
They need to help him.
Yeah,
if they want to do it.
They need a 5-man split push.
Which was something they were doing earlier, but the few moments they decided not to, Aurora clearly took advantage of that. So now whenever they want to kind of manage the waves, the pressure that Aurora's doing on the other sides of the map, they have to at least have someone on standby. Yeah. They have to at least ensure that they can be ready to go for the counter engage up against Aurora. But this is an evolved Lord we're talking about right now.
If we're going to look at the stats again, one team has lost after getting an 18-minute Lord, and that was TNC in day number 1. They don't want to replicate that again. Edward goes in.
They're going to burst this down, and for some reason, Kite secures the Lord! And now TNC are just forced to fight back with Demon Kite somewhere else. They're still going to take their advantage in this. They take out 3 members of Aurora, and Demon Kite will go home!
Oh my goodness, I don't know if that's going to be enough. They do hold on to that turret, so still the top one doesn't fall, but they got the Lord some way, somehow. Kite gets this one.
Oh
my gosh, Kite.
It's going to be a base race. It's going to be a push. But Kite decides to go home and try to defend. There are minions for TNC in the middle lane.
It's the Kite brothers left to defend, but they immediately get denied by TNC as they successfully bring us to a game number 3.
And there you go. They don't need the Lord. They don't need any of that. TNC will go and get the W, taking it to game 3.
Woo! Redemption for the Phoenix Army. Coil, 3 Martese. It's looking good for them as we head on to a game number 3.
I am finally feeling the MPL Philippines Game 3 fever.
I am feeling the Brigida curse.
All over again.
Brigida bless.
Oh my goodness, that was a 20-minute plus game, or almost a 20-minute game of back and forth. No, I wouldn't consider it back and forth. It was clearly TNC in the lead, but for some reason, Aurora with the macro.
It's, yeah. I mean, like, even looking at this, you're like, TNC, you can't let this one go. Like, from start to finish, they were so dominant throughout this game, and I was surprised. I guess that also just shows the veterancy of Aurora and how they were able to find, you know, these moments across the map to be able to crawl back into the game. But TNC, just the lineup that they had also allowed them to go ahead and just have these team fights. Now, it did get a little dicey there towards, you know, the last Lord that they had, but this was TNC's game. It should have been the one that they won, and that they did.
Yeah, I mean, for 7 weeks, one of the main criticisms for TNC is their late game capabilities of ending the game, but one thing they made sure is they know how to end this up against Aurora. Yawi takes home the MVP.
2-0-18, man. Like, he
was 0 deaths?
0 deaths.
Oh my God.
He was locked in, and I think a big part of that too, again, was the interaction between the Badang and then having the Valier help out too.
Yeah.
I think that was a big part of it, but clearly Yawi had a much more proactive game this time around instead of the Franco that he was kind of, you know, had to use in game 1. He had so many great setups with the fist crack, fist break combo. He was able to even go ahead and change the course of the team fights, because sometimes it was just catching the right members, you know, and so he was able to go ahead and play that. So when you, and I was like, man, they need more utility for game 2. When you asked me, like, what was the biggest thing they could change going into game 2? Well, a Badang and a Valier provided that. You know, they provide themselves a lot of that utility to go ahead and play around. And because you have your front line covered with a Phobius, you had great damage, magic damage later on with Benny Cutie, and then you have Coil, who also had a phenomenal game. He didn't die for the longest time, right? At one point he was like, what, 9-0-8? Or something like that. And so he also had a way better game this time around in game 2, where he was able to keep up or set the pace in the jungle.
Yeah, this is one of the moments wherein we were kind of firm on the idea that it wasn't working for Aurora just yet. They just had to really find other angles to work on using the chip, which they eventually found. And it was during all these messy team fights wherein we see their presence of mind still intact, really. The way that they're able to assign either Dominkite, either Demonkite to work on the map all the while these team fights are happening, just to ensure that TNC would feel even just a little bit of hesitation, which worked wonders for them whenever there was a team fight that was escalating. Because look at this, look at how TNC for sure had to decide on whether or not who is going to recall, who is going to defend, even up until the very last moment. But this is the decisive TNC you like to see.
Yeah.
Once they get an opening, they do not allow the opposing team to prolong this game any longer.
I mean, Aurora was able to prolong it to 21 minutes.
Up until the 21 minutes.
Up until the 21-minute mark. But yeah, I agree. Yawi already have all bases covered. Whenever he sees Renegade, his former teammate, he's ready to cast a fist break, fist crack combination, assuming that the ultimate will be casted. But looking at this game, I honestly think that this is a good representation of literal pure athletes for TNC. They brute forced their way into this win up against the brains and the macros of Aurora.
It's crazy when you think about how difficult it seemed like for TNC though towards the end there, because it's like they had that big lead. They've been dominating the majority of the game, but then there was like just this moment where it's like, why can we not win? You know, it's like we have this lead. We can't deal with the outpacing that a chip provides to a lineup, you know, because that's the thing. If you have a Suyo who can also move quite fast, himself as a hero, but then you have a chip that allows you to split push, but then show up through the shortcut, then that provides a lot of value to the team. And that's why TNC kind of was in a struggle of kind of the juggle of, do we go defend or do we just force this fight and hope that we overpower them? And that was the game plan for the longest time until eventually that overpower them wasn't an option anymore because of RORA was able to catch up itemization-wise. So it was just it could have been a worse slope for TNC, but they held composure, and I think that's the biggest thing here, is they were able to go ahead and readjust when they needed to. They were still winning the team fights, and they were still able to get the victory here without it getting too out of hand. Because remember, too, that could have been bad if more members of RORA didn't go down when the Lord was taken. You know, but it was a good decision to be like, you know what, forget the Lord, let's just go push into the base and win this game here. So BPI Rich Guy is going to be Demon Kite just because of how much farming this guy did.
Yeah, one of the rare times where the losing team actually won the BPI Rich Guy. It's mainly because of all the split pushes he was also creating towards the late game. And at the same time, a huge shutdown onto, was he the one who was able to shut down Coil, I believe?
He got the kill on Coil?
Yeah.
That I'm not sure of.
But either way, it was
he was just everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
It was a great way to actually bounce back despite not being able to secure the most ideal early game farm as the Suyo. So our predictions are quite accurate.
I was TNC 2-1, guys. I was TNC 2-1.
We were all 2-1. So at least in that regard, we
RORA
are.
2-1. Okay, I believe in the Phoenix Army. I'm carrying the legacy of Rail.
I'm still believing in Aurora, dude. 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let me swap this out. But yeah.
Did you take his?
Yeah, because he's a
Great, you're just way too strong that you broke it.
Yeah, I know.
The result of working out. Nice.
She's been in the gym.
That game was so intense.
Family that lives together
breaks things together.
Breaks things together.
Again, the stakes for Aurora is just too much compared to TNC, because TNC, they're banking on having momentum coming into the playoffs, but for Aurora, it's a chance to secure an upper bracket slot. And now they were supposed to be able to check a lot of conditions by beating Omega and eventually TNC, but now, as we head on to a game number 3, TNC could actually prevent Aurora from trying to go for the upper bracket.
Yeah, they can actually slow down Aurora's chances of getting into the upper brackets. And eventually, it'll be so sad for Aurora if this actually is the beginning of them completely losing their chances or something. So like,
that's heavy.
That's gonna be heavy. That's gonna be, I guess, an achievement too for the Phoenix Army, because they're yet to secure a win against one of the top 4. And it will be a lot more of a value if it's not just them getting a win against the top 4. It's them actually really shaking up the top 4 standings, because they're like sitting pretty in top 5. So
and they do it with a different lineup.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so then it makes you wonder if this is going to be TNC's first victory against a top 4 team with Coil and 3mar. Like, what does that also say about what they decide to do for playoffs? You know, like eventually when they get there, because I will say 3mar and Coil have been doing an amazing job.
Yeah, and that's the thing that makes them more dangerous. Phoenix Army extending the series to a game number 3, but let's head over to Hans Galleria and Calusi.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. It is all one between TNC Pro Team and Aurora. Ito ang kanilang pagkakataon at tsansa. Nakikita nyo naman. Gusto ko malaman, buhay pa ba ang Phoenix Army? I wanna hear you. Come on, guys! Everybody is A-okay as of the moment. Pero bago tayo dumako sa game number 3, meron muna tayong bisita. Actually, he's not here with us right now, right?
Nasaan ba Sir Hans?
He's actually online, but we will get to meet him right now. Everyone, introducing one of our MPL Philippines streamers. There is Aljus. Aljus!
Hi, Aljus!
Hello! Kamusta ka naman? Kamusta ka naman?
Okay na okay, Boss Hans.
I like it. I like it. Ano bang, pakilala ka naman sa lahat ng mga hindi pa nakakakilala sa'yo dito. Pakilala ka naman, Aljus.
Ako po si Aljus TV. Taga Tugigaran. At Marami ko natututunan ngayon sa MPL ngayon mga bro. Dati ako cancer, ngayon konti na lang. Dahil marami ko natututunan sa MPL ngayon. Sobrang ganda ng mga laban. Lalo na kahapon.
I like it. At least, mas madalas ka na nanonood, mas marami ka natutunan. No, Kalusi?
Oo, nalito nga ako kung si Aljus ba to o si King Kong eh.
Ay, oo nga.
Parang pwede, no,
Pwede,
Hans?
pwede.
Pero Aljus,
Sabi ko na nga po
matanong lang kita, no? Sa mga plays na napanood at naging content mo, ano doon yung masasabi mong pinakamalupit or yung favorite play mo?
Favorite.
Play ko po o sa MPL?
Sa MPL, yung mga favorite moments dito sa MPL PH.
Isa lang yung di ko makalimutan kahapon eh.
Ano ba yan?
Yung pasok! Nung Team Liquid!
Oh.
Yung Luyi!
Oh.
Kala ko pitas na si Bruce ko dun kahapon pare!
Ano ba nangyari? Ano ba nangyari doon?
Diba, nasa blue buff sila eh. Nasa blue buff sila. Bigla papunta doon si, si Louie yung Team Liquid. Nag-teleport doon. O cornerin dapat nila si Brusco. Ang nangyari, nagulat si Brusco doon sa ulti ni JP. Nakapag-react agad.
Paano yung gulat?
Tapos pinagkokombo na sila. Nagkabaliktad pa. Sayang!
Ramdam na ramdam ko yung gigil eh. Sayang nga naman.
Ang ganda!
Ang ganda, oo nga. Kahit ako, dahil sa explanation niya, naalala ko lahat eh.
Oo, iba yung storytelling ni Aljus eh. Ramdam mo. Pero speaking of the teams, since na-mention mo na rin yung TNPH.
Yan. Gusto ko yan.
May 4 na teams ang naglalaban for the upper bracket spot for the playoffs. TLPH, RORA, Onic, and Falcons. Ano yung prediction mo? Anong team doon ang mapupunta sa top 2?
Oo nga, feeling mo finals doon sa 4.
Feeling ko po Onic siguro?
Sa bagay, kung naman si King Kong eh.
Kasi magkamukha kami ng buhok ni King Kong eh.
Okay, sabihin natin Onic yung isa. Sino yung isa?
Sino yung isa? Boss Hans eh. Saka Ma'am Kalusi, mahirap mamili, lahat malakas.
Pumili ka! Namili ka na nung isa eh. Kailangan meron ka isa.
Nagdadalawang isip ako eh, kung Falcon o Aurora eh.
Okay, I see it. So it's either Onic, Team Falcons, or Aurora. Yan nakikita mo.
Opo.
Okay, I like it. Speaking of which, Aljus, di ba, fortunately, hindi ka pa naman kukunin sa background mo, pero lumipad ka na. Di ba, nakalipad ka na, nagpunta ka ng Malaysia nung nakaraan as an MPL PH streamer. Kamusta ba yung experience na yun?
Masayang-masaya po, Boss Hans. First time ko makapunta sa ibang bansa nun eh. Hindi pa dahil sa Eben.
Talaga? As in yun yung pinakaunang lipad mo ever since?
Opo, sobrang saya. Nakikita ko yung mga kapwa ko content creator doon. Nung katabi nga namin yung mga taga-Myanmar doon, di kami makapag-cheer na maayos, natatakot kami.
Bakit naman?
Mas mainit pa nga po yung laban ng Myanmar sa Philippines kesa doon sa Indonesia.
Ito na lang. Aljus, sige. Mabuti nang nabanggit mo yan. Saan ka ba makikita ng lahat ng mga MPL fans natin?
Madalas po ako nasa Facebook lang.
Ayun, sa Facebook.
Pwede na siguro yon. Hanapin nyo na lang si Aljus sa Facebook. Aljus, maraming salamat. Binuhay mo ang natutulog na katawang lupa ng mga tao sa MPL Arena. Babalik muna kami sa mga casters. Kita-kits next time. Bye-bye! Ibang klase si Aljus, no? Parang kulang na lang pumasok siya ng screen eh. Pero okay na yon. At least, napaalala niya sa atin kung ano ba ang remembrance or ano yung mga favorite na memories niya sa MPL.
Oo, yung saya niya may kasamang galit.
May kasamang galit, excitement, giggle. Yun din yata ang mararamdaman ng ating mga manlalaro as we head into game number 3. Kaya naman, casters, balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Hans Galleria and Kalusi, for that all-access segment with Aljus TV, one of the MPL PH race streamers.
Reminds me of Mirko, man. I don't know, maybe it's the red hair. Shout out to Mirko, my other son out there.
I like how he mentioned King Kong as comparison, but here we thought of someone else.
We thought of Mirko. Shout out Mirko. I mean, I get it. The energy
Love the
was
red
there
hair.
also for Aljus TV. Not to mention the red. I think it was orange.
Oh well, I'm colorblind, so.
It was faded red. So.
Oh yeah, faded red, but enough, close enough with the colors of the Phoenix Army as they pick also this time around blue side. Oh.
So they're changing it up a little bit.
Yeah. It's been 2 games of Aurora on the blue side and the usual band we see. But now we might see something else. That's something interesting.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
I don't want to think too hard, but I'm thinking that TNC wants a Kelra.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, they're able to, or at least go for the, have the decision of getting a Kelra or Matilda, but in this case, they take out the Matilda for themselves as well as the Lucas. And for Coach Master the Basics, the Chip and the Joy will be out. One thing to note is that Jushin is still open.
Yeah, it is.
And the
side of
Fanny.
Aurora. And the Fanny, yes.
Are they going to leave the Fanny open and then TNC's going to go Fanny?
Well, if they are going to go for the Kelra, they might be okay with the Fanny.
Oh
since
my
they
goodness.
have some sort of crowd control to respond to it either way. But that'll still be something
whole lot
Aurora really has to consider. I mean, it has been slightly nerfed too. So like the early game damage isn't as much as how we were used to seeing the Fanny before. So.
You need faster hands now. Precise.
You need more. You need faster hands than before.
Yeah. When you're using the Fanny now to make it work, especially in the pro play. But now, Aurora taking their time in deciding who to ban out. But they do go with a Fanny. They have to respect the potential of Coil.
All right.
Do you take it for Lancey? Like,
Kelra?
Go, yeah, either Kelra or the Jushin. Because if it's not picked up, I almost feel like RORA pick up Jushin.
Jushin Harris for sure for Aurora. Could be.
Oh my goodness, what they go for? I'm leaning towards the Kelra though.
I think you do take Kelra because you could still flex it.
Yeah, and this is a.
They take the Jushin instead.
They watched.
Well, Yaoi has a lot of other heroes to choose from too, but you will be playing against the Kelra if ever Aurora does pick it here, so that'll make things a little bit harder, especially if you're considering the likes of the Jawhead and something.
Okay.
Kelra, Harith, or could secure a potential jungler already for Demon Kai, but the priority is for Aurora is to have good enough mid
or the
lane
Phobius
pressure.
Harith? Oh no, the Phobius is banned.
Phobius banned, yeah.
So they're okay.
You go Kelra for sure. For sure, Kelra. You don't want to give the Jushin Kelra.
Yeah, I think you take that. Maybe that and the Harith might be one of the safer options here for Aurora. There's the Kelra. We'll see if they go with the Harith. Nope, they're going to go ahead and take an Eve instead. That's interesting. The Eve coming up at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it used to really be the go-to response immediately against the Jushin, or it could be probably Aurora trying to hide a bit of what they're planning to show in this draft, so they get to reveal something that's a little more obvious, at least for them. But then that allows the Hayabusa and the Hilda for TNC.
Yeah, Coil just had a phenomenal game, so not surprised that they go with this again. See if he can snowball like that too, and it makes me wonder this time around. I don't know if Demon Kite would want to take a Suyo again. Yeah, I don't think you like. You know, we saw that it can still be useful in some cases, but more often than not, I feel like that nerf was pretty heavy on making the Suyo work, which, again, was warranted. I feel like it's a good change to have. I got kind of tired of seeing the Suyo all over the place, but hey, Demon Kite's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm going to pick it again.
Yeah, he wants redemption. Even though he had a hard start in game number 2, he was able to pick up, though, towards the mid to the late game is just that TNC literally brute forced their way out, and now first 3 picks are there. Aurora looking for their first ban. Still no gold laners and potential roamers for TNC.
That almost looks like oh, it's Burrito.
It's Burrito.
I was like, hello, shout out to Burrito. He must have just got here.
Yeah, and he also has a new haircut. He's looking 10 years younger.
Does he have a new haircut?
Yeah.
Niso has a new haircut too. Why didn't you like?
No, he had the cut. It's not new.
Yeah, I just had a cut.
It's the same.
I don't know how men haircuts work.
Well, let me tell you, it's kind of like women's makeup.
That doesn't help.
Your makeup is our hair.
Yeah, a man's haircut is what it is to a woman with makeup.
Yes.
Like a guy's haircut changes them quite a
That's
bit.
why for 3 months straight, it's like I don't have makeup.
Okay.
Because he just had a bald head.
Because I don't have hair.
I'll make sense of that later, but they take out the highlights for Aurora.
Don't know if Edward would have picked that again, but
I mean, there's no there anyway.
Yeah, might as well take care of that, deal with it. We'll see if they still go with the XP lane too. XP lane options here for TNC. Aurora went with the gold lane. This is actually going to leave an interesting thing for the gold lane, though, since both teams haven't picked it up. And, you know, so far we've seen some of the drafts where those gold lanes are picked up in the first phase.
Aurora.
So, no Harith, no 1-1.
They might want to immediately pick up the Moskov, right, after this.
Moskov, Granger, maybe?
Yeah. Since they're the ones who are picking after the second banning phase, so...
But I'm still in the picture. And looking at the XP lane, why do I feel like Arlo's gonna pop up today?
I would have felt it too if there's a... I would have thought that it's more likely if there's a Fredrin, but...
Yeah.
It's a Suyo, it's a Hayabusa, so maybe not. I don't know if you wanna like. Oh no!
Good.
Okay.
Good man.
So do they pick up their gold laner here?
That's
Took on the
3 gold
Moskov.
lanes
Yeah,
taken out.
that's a whole lot of gold lane. Again, you have Granger. You have what else have we seen pop
Clint,
up?
Nathan.
Clint. Yeah.
Irithel.
Oh.
Carry.
None of the above.
None of the above. I'm glad that the gold lane has changed a little bit, though.
Yep, finally, I'm so used to the Harith Granger matchup.
By the time we get to the playoffs, we're going to see a lot of different stuff.
I hope.
And that's good because we've spent, what, more than 7 weeks on a lot of
It was since last year.
Yeah.
Since S14.
What's the Yaoi hero?
We're still the Badang, Jawhead.
Yeah, right.
Now Matilda's banned out, so we got, Badang. Badang is open.
And does Benny just go for the... Oh, wait.
Bruno?
What if they go for, like... What's the safest here? Is this...
Bruno, maybe?
Yeah.
Got a Kacha, Granger. Granger's still there, even though he got nerfed. Still pretty good option. Still play around the range that you have. And got a Kacha, of course.
Yeah. Is this Kalea gonna go into the EXP or the Rogue though? Like where they're likely gonna put this hero? Because at least for now, you know the matchup. I think it'll be okay in the EXP. So do they want to pick up a J hero in this scenario? Like,
well,
I mean, there's a Cho. There's still a Cho. The ultimate showdown again.
The ultimate showdown could be.
Or the Jawhead.
Jawhead, Cho. Or if you want complete control, complete AoE, could go with the Tig.
Or they do the Badang.
Or
He's
the
gonna go
Badang.
Cho. He's going. Oh, never mind. He didn't go Cho.
So it's gonna be a wrong Kalea.
Okay, we were wondering. I love that 1% contention rate because he's the only one that's played it, and that's fine. Let Edward bring out the Esmeralda again. Get rid of those shields, man. Get those shields here.
And when it comes to Edward using the Esmeralda, it's not just the shield; it's also the setups that comes from his falling star moon. We've seen it yesterday, wherein he had game-ending setups connecting 1-2-3, so that could be a thing again for Mr. Consistent coming into this game. And looking at the lineup index, so far it's leading towards the side of the Phoenix Army.
They can layer their skills pretty well if you're Aurora. Like the Falling Star Moon into either the Tidal Strike or the Tsunami Slam.
Or RWM.
Or the RWM. There's so much AoE in the side of Aurora. Okay. This is gonna be really interesting. TNC!
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
But Aurora brings out the Esmeralda once more in this game.
Another old reliable used up here for Mr. Consistent as they look to regain control of the series and take down the Phoenix Army. We're in game number 3. TNC versus Aurora.
Yep.
Okay, so early on here, we're taking a glimpse at the emblems. A whole lot of extra damage going over here for TNC, which is going to be crucial. Also, the 2 tanky members, right? The Hilda and the Ganakacha. Oh, hold on, Renegade?
Oh, Renegade gets tossed.
Oh.
Still goes for Lancey though, but he's forced to flicker out just to survive. Edward's also here helping the team. So that's a resource already burned for both of the roamers actually.
Yeah, quite the rotation there.
Yeah, I just like, speaking of rotation, I just like how you and Renmar mentioned this yesterday, wherein the XP laners literally don't care about their own lanes. When there's a potential clash, they expect them to be there for their team acting as a secondary roamers, and we can already see it with the rotations of Dreamar and Edward. But now is the fight for mid control. Both teams not letting up.
Yeah, Coil's right there too. I don't think this is like one of those games where either side really wants to, you know, be too aggressive in the early portion. Like, just wait for that first turtle to come up and then have that fight break out, because the ultimates that are for both teams are very based around the mages for both of them, Yue and Lancia, of course, to be able to go ahead and set things up. So they'll probably wait for those level 4s. They're going to push them through this, though. The turtle's going to be up here in just a second. So it's going to be started up. But both buffs are available. So Demon Kite wants to go grab his as well as Coil. So we might have to wait a little bit longer for that fight to break out. Lancey wants at level 4. And this could be a quite devastating team fight for either team that ends up winning it. But if they just grab the objective and then disengage, they keep things kind of even for now.
Yeah, it'll depend on whether or not they really want to go in for the full commit, since majority of the members of Aurora already have their hands on the level 4. Even Renegade. Yaoi just got his ultimate right now, but they're holding the turtle towards their side. Look at 3 Martizi doing a great job zoning out Renegade. There's the Revitalize coming in from Yaoi, and this'll be a turtle that'll easily go into the hands of TNC.
And they were able to stop the potential trade that Demon Kite wanted. He always loves to do this when he has the Suyo. Try to go for the purple buff trade instead of going for the turtle. Despite Aurora having level 4s across the board, they decided not to engage. So that's a huge, huge win for TNC.
Yeah, good start. Again, grabbing the objective, getting out, and also not losing your buff. So this is now where we see if TNC starts to look to make a play somewhere across the map. And when you think about it, you know, who would be the best target for them to get? It's going to be really difficult to catch Edward. So you might have to look for that mid laner, or even one of the gold laners. And so that's why you have so much of the rotations happening up here. And starting from there, because again, this, for Lancey, he could be the one to go ahead and start that fight with the beacon and then utilizing the flares. But so far, it's just been kind of a stalemate.
Yeah, and I think we've been seeing this trend wherein Demon Kite on the Suyo in the early stages of the game tend to be less active in the fights. It isn't as aggressive as the previous Suyo we know before the patch. It seems like they're really taking their time.
Yeah.
And it's nice to know that even when it does come towards the late game, they at least have Demon Kite. This is a carry that could potentially melt any member from TNC if they're able to rack up the items that are necessary for them. So this is probably just Aurora, similar to game number 2, being just very disciplined in the early stages of the game. So long as they don't allow TNC to get that big of a lead once more, things are pretty much in control if you're Aurora.
Yeah, and that's why Renegade and Demon Kite are putting a lot of pressure and space for Demon Kite to scale up. And I do agree, it's even hard to execute the level 15 8-minute, 9-minute for the Suyo because of the recent adjustments. So Aurora, you can expect them to wait for their power spike, considering that they have a lot of damage coming from Demon Kite with the carry, but now Turtle has spawned.
Oh, that was a successful toss, followed up by the necessary damage. But look at Renegade looking for Coil, and right before the Turtle gets low, they're able to burst him down. But Aurora might not be able to sustain the damage coming in from TNC. Renegade's left alone, and he too falls.
A 2-4-1 trade for TNC, but Aurora was able to stop them from trying to get the second turtle. And now we're seeing the effects of how tanky and sustained TNC's lineup can. Good Yaoi AOG and revitalize after to make sure Aurora cannot escape or deal damage that they need to bring down members of TNC, as TNC will secure an uncontested turtle.
Yeah.
TNC is going to secure that again. Objective for them, further in the gold lead just a little bit, but that's the thing. You're seeing that team fight potential, especially if Lancey decides to go ahead and grab someone with a flare, and he just gets the glorious, the glowing wand here too.
Yeah, I mean, Lancey, with the Braves Might, with this kind of hero, can actually be a little more aggressive in terms of positioning, but hold on. Here up top, Renegade trying to look for 3 Martizi. Might just fall to the turret shots, and Coil catching up with the Yogi Shadow kill as well. Dominkite with a flicker, but still won't survive. Yu is the only one who makes it out alive.
No, that was a 3-on-1. 3 Martizi was able to hold his own and let Renegade deal a lot of turret damage. That's why Coil, easy Uwigi shadow kill to bring down 1, and they also get a turret down bottom. Not looking good for Aurora as TNC's lead balloon up to 2.5.
Yeah, almost trying to trade some of those objectives out across the map, but again, Coil getting those kills, getting built up on this Hayabusa is going to be pretty troublesome to deal with. And so you have RORA on the back foot right now. Nothing too crazy, just a couple thousand gold. And they know that this lineup's going to have some time to build up too. I mean, even this carry pick for Dominkite is going to take time. But Benny Cutie is having the easier option right now just because of the fact that the team, what they're doing across the map.
Okay, Tsunami Slam denied by the Purify from Lancey, as you mentioned. And they might actually force their way into pressuring the mid lane a lot more, which is going to be a lot difficult for Demonkite. I mean, look at how much trouble he has to go through just to ensure that he gets the necessary farm.
Yeah, another base race coming here as Benecutie tries to work on the top lane. Aurora sends five heroes just to try and take down the bottom and protect Dominkite, their main carry later on. As the Lord spawns, TNC's trying to get numbers in the turtle pit. Let's see if Aurora will try and contest this, or will Demonkite go for the purple buff trade?
This would be a good one for them to go ahead and contest. They are in position, the full team here, and so they might rely on Renegade to go ahead, go for the pick off of the Tsunami Slam. He's got a flicker available. 3mar is going to spot them out.
Yep, look at the pressure coming in from 3mar, but once again, Kyle gets found by Renegade and bursts it down too. Now Aurora with the real world manipulation are actually finding their way to fight back against TNC. 3mar, TZ, Lancey, and Benecutie have no choice but to run away.
What a great pickoff. As soon as I mentioned it, it's going to be up to Renegade to go in and utilize that flicker and the Tsunami Slam. He does just that, finds the right mark. It's Coil that he gets, and then Demonkite's able to go in and get the objective. So they go ahead and diminish the gold lead that was built by TNC, so back on even grounds here. And those are going to allow them to get a couple key items too. You now have Dominkite with the 2 out of the 3 items that he's building up on this carry. Golden Staff, Corrosive Scythe. They're going to try to get some of these turrets down though, again, because they need that space to work across the map.
But if I were Coil, I'd be extra careful the next time an objective comes up. Renegade's been really consistent in finding Coil in the midst of every single member of TNC, and it isn't going well for the Phoenix Army, who earlier was actually able to somehow set the tempo of this game already.
Yeah, it's mainly also because of Yue being a tempo breaker, wherein even if Yaoi casts a good AOG, because of that AOG, it's going to force TNC to fight back and play inside the real-world manipulation set up perfectly by Yue. That's why Aurora was able to clap back during that turtle take. And now with ground covered for the Northern Lights, they have a slight advantage when it comes to this potential first Lord. And as Renegade already has enough vision, they might go for another Coil takedown, but Renegade is going to take his time.
Yeah, this is one of the big things too. Some of these key items being picked up, like this Demon Hunter Sword now for Dominkite, so he's got the Trinity locked in. Yue also just recently got the Divine Glaive, so a lot of that burst damage that's working with the combination of when Renegade goes in is going to be even more devastating. It's something that Coil always has to watch out for because of the fact that that magic damage at this point hurts. Oh, hold on, 3mar. Okay, he's fine. Going to force RORA out of their jungle, but the Lord is up now. And so this is where we see RORA's fact that they have the Eve is giving that minor advantage to set things up the way that they want to.
Yep.
Here's a conceal. TNC's going to go in.
Renegade knows. Uses the title strike to reposition himself and go away. Coil has his eyes set on Edward, but that's Edward. At this point, since Edward's been already able to find his footing, he's doing a way better job at zoning the members of TNC. Unlike earlier where it's been all three Martisi doing the zoning, Edward's already able to jump in and out of the fights a lot more easily, but this is going to be a very interesting take on this objective.
Demon Kite's the one holding the Lord. Kiting the Lord for the side of Aurora. They know where to Martisi, and Yawi is Lassie trying to cover more ground once again. Coil still not revealing his position, as well as Benny Cutie.
Oh,
and now Aurora goes in!
It's not Coil that they find, it's Yawi, and they try to burst him down for 3 Martisi, also locking on towards Demon Kite alongside Coil. And now Renegade is the only person traded so far. Yawi goes down as well. But it's only Yawi gone for TNC, and Benny Cutie dashes in, forces Demon Kite away, and they somehow have gotten the better trade.
Crucial pick-off there as they take down Doming Kite as well. Edward Demon Kite UA might have to surrender this Lord take as Coil works on the Lord. They only lost Yawi, and now Yue trying to spot things out as Martisi goes for the zone.
Oh, he's handling Yue all by himself! And on the other side of the map, it's Edward who secures the objective! Coil tried to take out the Demon Kite. There goes Yogi Shadow kill, but they get to dungeon, and they need 3 more!
How did Edward get the Lord? Coil has the retribution. What did he do?
We don't know for sure, but one thing is, Edward going for the kill onto Lancy. The Star Moon takes him down. The Northern Lights are shining once again, and TNC are forced to deal with the Lord that Edward, Mr. Consistent, has stolen away.
They've been waiting for this moment. And now Edward can literally wreak havoc against TNC. They also have the Lord marching up top.
Everyone was so focused on UA dealing with 3 more, and then Edward goes in, gets the Lord, and they're going to be able to push into the base now with this. They got the waves pushing in, and they're knocking on these base turrets.
Okay. Base exposed for TNC, and Aurora is going to take their time. They're not going to force out anything because of the potential comeback play from TNC. But this is, unfortunately, the second time TNC almost fumbled the late game because of a Lord.
I still cannot wrap my head around how Edward actually got to take away.
We need the replay.
We do, and we definitely need to see it once more, but this is an error that TNC cannot afford to make because Aurora just immediately, with that single steal, are able to turn things around completely in terms of map control, in terms of the gold lead. And now they're looking for another fight here in the purple buff. Yawi, will he be successful enough to look for a setup? Earlier, he was the first member bursted down, but it's not a team fight they're both after. It's just denying the buff.
No purple buff here again for Coil. Compared to game number 2, he's having a hard time. He started off with an 8-0 for KDA in game number 2, now 3-2-2. And deprived of his purple buff as Aurora trying to cover ground in the jungle of TNC. They might even go for a pick-off here because Renegade, he sees a lot.
Yeah, this is, and that's the thing. It's Renegade that's causing Coil a much more difficult game in this game 3. A lot of the times, too, again, it's just the combination of Renegade pulling that Tsunami Slam into the real-world manipulation of UA, and it's enough damage to go ahead and get someone low or, you know, pop through a Vitalize or some Purifies, and sometimes that might be enough. So TNC, as they get ready for this next Lord, have to kind of consider how they're going to approach this fight. It's been a lot of kind of push and pull, like let's see where RORA decides to go, and then they can actually respond off that. Now, the good thing, too, is Benny Cutie hasn't gone down. He's been able to farm up quite a bit. So here's a conceal from Yawi. They're trying to get some vision on this Lord.
Okay, Renegade, is he going to go for him once more? There's 3 Martisi also doing the zoning, but the Tsunami Slam isn't used just yet. There's the Revitalize already used by TNC, though. So Aurora knows fully well the resources that they still have in hand. And Demon Guide secures the Lord for Aurora. Renegade gets bursted down, however, by Benny Cutie, but 3 Martisi gets traded too. They're trying to run away because Aurora still wants to go for it. The Crimson Beacon saves him, and they are left to defend once more.
Clean turtle take for Aurora for the price of the Hitman. They were also able to take down 3 Martisi. And with the base exposed at the top lane, Aurora can actually take down 2 inhibitors, if not end the game. At this point, TNC needs a huge defense, a major pickoff. Unfortunately, Renegade isn't there to lead the charge, so they might be able to defend the push.
Koi tries to go in, but look at the damage coming in from Aurora already. Edward, though, feeling the damage too from TNC, and they're able to focus on taking down the Lord. Aurora, too, seems to be disciplined enough, and they're really careful about this siege.
Slow and steady. That's all that Aurora has to do with this. They've got now the 2 base turrets down. They saw how the last team fights went. I mean, some of the times, again, the name of the game for Aurora in these team fights is just to get some of the battle spells even from TNC, and that might be enough to give him an advantage in a team fight. So that's something, like I said earlier, that TNC kind of has to consider when they approach those Lord fights, you know, whether that's utilizing conceals or not, whether that's them initiating. Again, Benny Cutie hasn't gone down. They have to be able to protect Benny. And as long as Benny Cutie is alive, then TNC has a shot. Not only that, but Coil too. Coil on the Hayabusa always has the potential to take the Lord. And that's why a lot of those Lords that we're seeing started up happen so quickly. It's not RORA waiting to see what happens. They're being the decisive ones to be like, let's start this Lord, let's go for it. And if we have to team fight, we will. Because of the fact that the way the team fights have been going around the real-world manipulation is giving them that minor advantage. Lancey's not having an easy time to try to initiate some of these fights or even, you know, utilize that the flares or the beacon here.
Yeah, it's mainly because of the threat of Renegade entering in at any given moment, or Edward, the Falling Star Moons. He has also a Winter Crown, so you can expect Edward to literally go in body first with the Falling Storm when you just cast that Winter Crown play to bait off a lot of battle spells as well as ultimates that can come from the Phoenix army. And as TNC is trying to salvage whatever they can, they're protecting Coil as he gets his orange buff, but Aurora, they might go for a conceal play. They're just waiting for the go signal. They know where the members are, but TNC will try and disengage and avoid that.
I wonder where TNC wants to approach and come from if they really want to engage in a fight against Aurora, because Renegade and the rest of the members are really taking good control of every single possible entry point that TNC might come from. If earlier 3 Martisi is able to work his way around the members of Aurora, I don't see him being able to do that anymore.
18-minute Lord has spawned. TNC, this might be the last effort, the last attempt to try and salvage this game and get redemption up against the Northern Lights. Yawi zoning out Aurora. Aurora just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. 3 Martisi in the picture as well. Renegade might go for Lancey here, as TNC is holding on to this Lord. Here comes Renegade with the conceal, but gets stopped by the Death Sonatas.
They're revealed. I wonder if Yawi's planning to go in for an AOG with a timing of his own, because so far it seems like Aurora's the one trying to cook up something. Renegade! The tidal strike, the Tsunami Slap combo gets denied by the knock of the Lord. But Yue gets the Lord for Aurora!
Oh no!
No, it's Edward trying to chase after Coil, but look at where the Dominkite is!
There's the Shadow, but Dominkite in the middle! Might be able to take down Coil. Here comes Owigi. Shadow Girl gonna bring him down. Lancey and 3 Martisi desperately trying to defend, but again, Yue with a double kill. Also got the Lord. 2 are left to defend the push of Aurora.
It's Lancey and 3 Martisi, and they are the ones who can still potentially defend this, but all other members and the evolved Lord from Aurora's marching in.
Lord sieging in onto the mid. Demon Edward enters in. 3 Martisi desperately trying to delay.
There's the Purify used by Lancey, but 3 Martisi won't hold it any longer. Aurora denies the reverse sweep.
And one condition met for Aurora as they try to get to that top seed in the playoffs as they win the series 2-1.
All I can say is What is with Edward
What
and you
is
and stealing
happening?
Lord?
I cannot understand!
Make it make sense!
What is with non-retribution holders?
What is
getting
with
the Lord?
Just get rid of retribution. We don't need it anymore. The game's way more exciting without it. No, joking.
It keeps you on your toes. Who's getting the Lord?
Oh my. For sure the fans here are more than happy for witnessing a Game 3, an exciting match. A roller coaster of a Game 3. Started off with an amazing Game 3 start from the Phoenix Army, but eventually they crumbled under the pressure, under the bright lights of the top 1 seed so far.
Yep.
Aurora, as mentioned by Naisu, already done one of the conditions to remain on top. And now that they've done their job, it's up to the others to determine if Aurora's going to stay there.
It's up to them, which actually is going to even come down to our next match later today to close out Week 7. But yeah, it was a great game on both sides too. To have that happen, it is crazy the fact that now we've had 2 of these Esmeralda games.
Yeah.
The hands of Edward, who has also just made big plays from yesterday and then now today. I wish, again, we could have seen how he took that Lord earlier on, but nonetheless, great job for them.
We have to throw it over to Hans Galleria and let Edward and you explain themselves for what amazing thing they've done.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, congratulations, finishing off this week with another win. 3 games pero nakuha nila ang panalo.
Iba ang gigil nila. Mukhang playoffs ready na talaga sila, Hans.
Oh, for sure.
Kausapin na natin dito, katabi ko na si Rene J.
Rene J!
Rene J, congrats on another win this weekend. Ano ba ang masasabi mong susi sa pagkapanalo nyo kapag sinayawi at TNC yung kalaban nyo?
Tingin ko yung composure namin, tsaka yung reset lang. Kasi medyo, ang ganda rin talaga ng pinakita ni Coil. Sobrang ganda na kasi ang hirap parang puro sila nag-risk lang sila nag-risk. So kami talaga composure lang, tapos stick lang kami sa kung yung strength namin, tsaka ginagawa namin.
Agree ako dun, Hans. Iba yung giggle with disiplina kasi
You know, nag-message ka kay Yawi nung nakaraan. Ngayon, nakuha mo ulit ang panalo. Ano masasabi mo kay Yawi ngayon?
Kita-kit sa playoffs, tol.
Okay, Rene J, sa mga susunod at paparating nyong laban, paano nyo masisigurado na masisecure nyo yung upper bracket slot sa playoffs?
Siguro tawag dito, mas kung 100% kami ngayon, siguro mas kailangan pa namin yung double effort kumbaga. Kasi yung upper bracket para sa akin, sobrang laking advantage para sa amin. Kasi yun nga, dahil upper bracket ka, mabilis kang madali kang grand finals. Kaya syempre yun namin gusto namin lahat.
Aabangan namin yan. Mukhang 200% ang ipapakita nila sa playoffs.
Todo pa, right? And isa sa nagpakita ng todong effort ay si Edward. Edward, ikwento mo naman sa amin yung nangyari kanina. Ano yun? Asan? Patapusin muna natin sila, Ward, Edward, ikwento mo naman sa amin kung ano yung nangyari during your Lord Steal. Kasi hindi namin nakita We were all focused on the other side. Tapos biglang may notif na lang na nakuha mo na yung Lord. Ano ba yung kwento doon? What was the comms going like para sa kupunan nyo during that time?
Pagkakaalala ko, parang nalugi yata kami ng tas parang ako na lang yung nasa Lord Pit. In-instigan ko lang na parang di ko sure kung makuha ko pero wala, nakuha ko
Nakuha mo talaga. And I'm sure that all of the support that you guys have showcased was just right there. Ang dami ng mga sumuporta sa inyo para sa araw na ito. And they are also looking forward na makita kayo sa playoffs. Anong mensahe mo sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Aurora?
Ayun, sa darating na playoffs, di namin kayo bibiguin.
There we finally have it. Edward, maraming salamat. Oras na para kausapin ko ang kapita-pitagang commissioner. Yue.
Ayan.
Yue, parang ang ganda ng Ang ganda rin ng ano mo kahit wala kang retry, nakuha mo yung Last Lord. Dalawa kayo ni Edward. Kwentuhan mo naman kami kung ano yung nangyari during that last clash.
During that time, inisip ko na lang, pindot-pindot na lang to eh.
Pindot-pindot na lang.
Pindot-pindot na lang.
Ilaban na natin to. Pindot-pindot na lang. Okay, recap tayo. Taas ang kamay ng nakapag-promote na. Taas ang kamay. Okay, Domeng Kite, Edward kahapon, Rene J, Demon Kite, tapos ikaw? Hindi pa?
Parang hindi pa raw.
Nagawa niya na ba?
Nagawa na ba?
Hindi pa yata. Commissioner, oras na. Ikaw naman, ipakita mo sa boys kung paano ba dapat gawin. Ipakita mo sa boys kung ano dapat gawin. Pakita mo naman ang jersey ngayon. Hey! Asa yung likod?
Angas.
Yue, saan ba natin makikita lahat ng mga ganap ng Aurora so far?
Guys, available na yung jersey. Ay, tama diba? Sa makita. Guys, note kayo sa watch party namin sa KMC Makati. Tsaka available na yung jersey namin sa MPL venue tsaka through online. Tsaka yung emote namin available na rin. Bili na kayo.
And there we finally have it. Maraming salamat. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Aurora is inching closer and closer patungo sa kanilang upper bracket spot.
Sila na nga nagsabi, composure, disiplina, reset lang. And look, we had a dominating win.
And I am sure na gaya ng sinabi ni Rene J, aabangan niya ang TNC at ang iba pang mga teams sa darating na playoffs. Pero sa ngayon, ibalik muna natin sa ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Hans Galleria and Calusi, for letting us hear the sentiments of the winners. I was about to say champions, the winners.
2-1, 2-1.
Of the opener, and you can see them celebrating because their predictions are correct. I unfortunately predicted 2-1 TNC.
Oh
but
my goodness.
The MVP.
Mr. Edward.
Mr. Edward, I mean, Naisu.
Yes.
Just make sense of what happened, honestly.
So we were wondering how he got the Lord. Apparently, Coil's Retribution wasn't ready.
Yeah.
And Edward's always ready, as you can see, you know?
And he's always consistent.
he is, man. 2-1 final with the Esmeralda. Second time he's picked it up. Second win for him, too. We're going to look at the highlights here. I hope somehow we got a camera angle of the Lord Seal later on. But this is the thing, man. He wants shields. He's going to eat the shields. And that's what Edward does. Not only that, but he was just such a good... I guess like the way that he played around these team fights, it was such a nuisance for, you know, the likes of TNC because of Edward was where he needed to be, and he put enough pressure on them too. And looking at this, it makes you think, is Esmeralda meta again, or is this just an Edward thing? Like this, even he flickers forward, goes in with the Falling Star Moon, and just takes away the Jushin, you know? So is that going to be a case where it's like, all right, this is now a meta pick, or is it more niche? Especially when a Jushin is left open.
For me, I think so far it's how Alice is for MP the King. That's Esmeralda for Edward.
I agree. I'll have to agree since like it would be so sad if like Esmeralda's back but Uranus left behind or something. I feel
No, there's no way. If Esmeralda starts coming back in the meta,
it should be the same.
It's supposed to be. Yeah.
It's destiny.
It's but the thing is, Esmeralda only pops up, of course, in the hands of Edward. That was the 1% contention rate, and during the last 2 picks.
Yeah.
So how are you gonna counter Esmeralda with the Uranus if you don't know Esmeralda's coming?
No, but not even the Uranus really works now.
To be fair, Uranus just needs a rework.
Yeah.
Like let's be real. Like he needs to be reworked, and then he'll come back.
Yeah, because Esmeralda has somehow found her way. Slowly.
It's back.
Slowly, but maybe not fully there yet. So this Esmeralda pick by Mr. Consistent is something teams need to be a lot more conscious about, because like you would be so tempted to immediately get your hands on all the Badangs, on all the Hariths, on all those shield generating heroes, the Jushins even, because they're considered as power picks. but not like now when you're up against Aurora, who can potentially bring this out. But to be fair, I think it wasn't that great of an early start for them too.
Yeah.
Might have had something to do with the Suyo, which forced them to play it a little more carefully than TNC. But I can't imagine how things would have unfolded if Coil didn't die 2 objectives straight in a row. Like, I'm wondering if this is the Snowball Hayabusa scenario for the early game of TNC.
Well,
because I feel like, right?
Hayabusa is still high risk, high reward. Like, he's one of those heroes, so I think, like, he's actually in a very fitting place. Because think about the contrast between game 2 and 3 for a Hayabusa, you know? But I think RORA just had a really good answer to it. And as you can see, part of it, too, had a lot to do with UA there. UA and Renegade, again, I was pointing that out throughout the game. A lot of the times, the fact that Renegade was able to Tsunami Slam Coil into the real-world manipulation, and that put enough pressure on Coil to just kind of panic and be like, let me get out of here. Was such a big thing for RORA to be able to go ahead and get those early victories and everything else. So BPI Rich Guy as well is going to be Demon Kite again. Just a massive farming machine, and that's what Suyo still does well. Like even if you're not able to go into all these fights, Suyo's still a massive farmer across the map, and he's able to go ahead and just keep putting pressure on the map that way if they have to.
That's actually what Demon Kite did during their first meeting with Onic. That's why they were able to outplay Onic during the first few weeks of S15. But now Aurora, although Aurora had a good game, TNC also had a good game because they were able to pick off Demon Kite. If you're going to look at Demon Kite's stats, he had a lot of deaths, especially compared to Benny QT. But in the end, it was just a matter of who was ready. And in that case, as you mentioned, Naisu, Edward was ready all the time. Imagine the TNC's locker room, they're just talking about what happened? And Coil's answer was, he was ready.
He was always ready.
He was more than ready.
Yeah, and I think the players are ready for their mic checks to be heard, so let's throw it over there.
Tingin nga pre lang. Nasa green chair ako pre. Tapos mo buming? Oo, kaya niyo boy, kaya. Wala mo decision pre, wala mo decision. Sino ulit? So, Shimboy. Tower muna. Nice boys.
And as expected, we had a chaotic ending. For sure, the mic check was also chaotic for Aurora, but still, they were calm, composed towards the end and was able to beat the Rising Phoenix. Unfortunately for the Phoenix Army, they're still at their 5th place. Not a problem for them. They're still part of the playoffs, but for Aurora, the chances of getting, again, or securing the upper bracket is still alive. And as we look at the community shout-out from Michael Diaz, Naisu, it's your time to shine.
Sana manalo ulit RORA para makapag-promote ulit ng jersey. Tuwang-tuwa ako sa promotion segment. Supportive din sa management talaga.
Yeah.
I actually live for that too.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Michael Diaz. And for our international viewers, I'll just translate what I just read flawlessly to you, by the way. Hopefully RORA wins so that they can promote their jersey again. Because I laugh so much at the promotion segment.
Wow.
It's a good thing that the management is also supportive. If you guys didn't know, every time RORA wins, there's always, during their interview, where each player has taken a turn, essentially, promoting their jersey in their own unique way.
We saw it earlier, too.
Yeah, with you, I mean, Naisu lives for those moments. I live for the moment. He literally read the E.
Don't you read it? Like, what am I supposed to do, pass over the E?
Yeah, but you can't pass over the last 2 weeks of the regular season. You like that, admit it, with the last spot for the playoffs. Still up for grabs. You wouldn't want to miss all the exciting actions to claim the final slot. It's now or never.
Get your tickets now at ph-mpl.com/tickets to watch and cheer for your team live here at the MPL Arena. So
don't miss out on this amazing deal.
There we go. Again, honestly, it's not the last 2 weeks. It's after this, it's the last week. Week number 8. still in action, but the MLBBX Naruto collaboration is coming soon.
Yes, that's starting May 2. Try your luck with a skin draw to receive the exclusive skins for Naruto, Lucas, Sasuke, Suyo, Sakura, Kalea, Kakashi, Hayabusa, and plus other excuse. Why is Gaara not mentioned here? Anyway.
Yeah, why? Well, because he's free. I think you can get him for free.
Yeah.
You can also participate in the Path of the Ninja event to get the exclusive Gaara skin for Veil for free. Let's read. Let's use our eyes. Plus more exclusives in-game items.
No, this is why I have bad eyesight, but you know, so at least we're getting one for free, but if you want some other...
hey, at least you get one for free.
Yeah, so you gotta like stack up on your diamonds.
To be fair, that's the only one I would use. Like me
Veil?
personally. Yeah. Because I'm a mage. I'm a mage main.
But you also know how to use Cho. I'm pretty sure you know how to use Kalea.
I don't have her yet.
What?
Yeah, I didn't unlock her. I probably should so that I can play.
And you get Sakura.
Like Red Ninja, yes, and you get Sakura. But for you guys who have Kalea, I'm pretty sure you're excited to get those Naruto collaboration skins. But of course, you're also excited for the upcoming matchup because it's going to be between the defending world champions who recently won the SPS Mobile Masters up against the Rising Bees from APBR. We're going to catch that later on as we head on to a very short break. Again, thank you so much for enjoying the English desk. You guys, did you enjoy it?
we don't want to assume, man.
Well, I did. I hope you guys did too, because he assumed you did.
We assume you did, and we hope you did, and we're glad you did.
And I'm glad, and I assume you'll be coming back for, again, the next matchup between Onic Philippines and APBR. That's why hang on, get your food, grab your family, your mom, dad, grab them by the ear. Make sure to let them watch the upcoming matchup, and we'll see you in a short while.
GG bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Takas sa matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and weapon for the 3 stars. Stars, ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be
the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And we are back with the second half of the Family Sunday. Once again, welcome to the English Desk. My name is Ian, together with Daddy Naisu over there and our sister.
I like how you just skipped you.
I mean, my sister.
Wait.
We have to start with the father, bro.
Then how would she be my sister?
It's the father and the son and the sister.
Okay. All you need to know is that it's Family Sunday and we've been having a blast so far for the first series. I'm wondering if that'll translate up until this series because it's a huge challenge that has to be overcome. But we have a quick recap for match number 1 earlier, where the Tsunami Slams and all the setups and all the Lord Steals took place.
I think all the
She's still play-by-playing.
Because again, the end, Game 3 was chaotic. Retributions weren't working for both sides. Edward, Uev, and even Lancey was able to pick up neutral objectives, and it was a hell of a game. And that's why I'm pretty sure this game, the series rather, could be the same. And now Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you. Get for 100 pesos, power load for only 200 pesos.
That's like half the price. And all you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, I don't know why I wrote it, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Hey, I think this wasn't divided properly, but I'll say it anyway. Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Yeah, you have to keep the tradition alive.
Thank you for dividing it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Equal parts. Even if you're our father, we will share some for you.
Well, look at this one.
That's for you, Dad.
Get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during MPL Philippines. Imagine we're throwing chairs away for free. Not physically though. Stay tuned for more info. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. And bottom. Yes.
Do you see it?
I saw him.
I'm trying. Can I say it now?
Okay.
Don't miss out on this amazing
There you go.
Yeah.
I just want to say that, so this is what it feels like to let someone else drive the boat and just hope that you end up in your destination. So this is what it feels like, huh?
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm the captain now.
you are the captain now. I'm not sure how I feel about that. This is like those moments when, well, I don't know if you guys experienced this, but when I did, I was 16 and I got my first license and you had to drive with a parent. Oh, no, sorry, 14.
Yeah.
And
What?
so now I know how my dad felt.
And now you're feeling that, and now I'm happy because I am being ecstatic as I can be. But now, something that we have to take a look at, because of some of unexpected results happened, Aurora still remains on top, and actually is now leading by 1 point compared to TLPH, who now holds the second spot.
Yeah, it's actually interesting since TNC, it feels like they have a chance of sealing in this kind of format we're seeing in the standings, since they're going up against, if I'm not mistaken, Team Liquid Philippines up next for their final series, right? So they had a chance at slowing down Aurora, securing the upper seed, and they have another chance. So, you know, that kind of like storyline where it gets so interesting for the Phoenix Army. Now that they're in the playoffs, they just have chances at slowing everyone down.
You know, can I just say?
Yes, you can.
Everyone, the top
You're the
4
driver.
teams are fighting for the top 2 spots. Meanwhile, the bottom 3 teams are fighting for the final spot.
Yeah.
So everyone's preoccupied. Meanwhile, TNC is stuck at 5th place.
TNC's
They're
just
just
chilling.
there. Whatever happens, they're there. They've secured the 5th spot.
Yeah, TNC's just the guy at, in the room, just chilling, watching everyone go at it, basically. Because, like we mentioned earlier on, they can't go any higher, they can't go any lower. And so I think if you really look at TNC and the Phoenix Army here, part of what they're doing, the strategy is really just kind of looking at how many utilizations of the lineup they can have and even the draft.
Yeah.
And Now, a thing that we have to look at specifically for AP Bren is how they can stay alive. Currently, they're at the 8th seed, not yet eliminated, but they do, however, have to think about what they cannot do and cannot let happen coming into the end of week number 7. It is 7, right?
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
7.
7. I was thinking 6, but yeah. So now 2 out of the 3 of AP Bren's eliminations were actually met.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of a what you need to do list.
Yes, it's a don't do list.
What you don't want to happen list.
It's a don't want to happen
It's
list.
a no, no, no.
So
It's a no-no.
part of that list, guys, is the fact that if Onic sweeps here,
Yeah.
Yep.
AP Bren is pretty much done.
Yeah.
They're done and dusted. They need to win literally just one game.
Yes.
To continue like fighting until week 8. So if you're part of AP Bren, if you're part of the Bees there, then you're really hoping that no matter what, they at least win one game.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that it would matter that much, since again our point system is literally win equals 1 point,
Yeah.
and a loss is no points.
Yeah.
But it just seems like the bottom 3 have such a tight competition that these net game wins and losses are really going to matter eventually when it comes to finding whoever is going to take that final spot in the playoff team lineup. So it is super important for AP Bren to not get swept in this series.
Yeah, it's really now or never for them to be able to extend their life and have a chance at competing for the playoffs. And Onic actually holds their faith right now. It's nice because it's actually ironic because they used to be big brother, little brother, wherein AP Bren used to be the MDL team of Onic Philippines, and now their big brother is literally about to bully them out of the playoffs race.
What's wrong? No, this is why we're in Family Sunday, by the way.
Yeah, we're relating things to the family tree here.
Yes.
I'm just following you, man.
I did not think of that, but thank you.
Me and Brig are just following you.
And you should. And you should also follow our social media pages. It's not part of the spiel, but it's a good segue for you guys to stay tuned and updated for what matches are about to happen. And as we end week number 7 with the final matchup, we can see AP Bren still, they have their heads eye. Looking at the body language, not 100%, not at the same time 0%, but they're looking, again, to strike at least one win from Onic Philippines.
And so here it is, right? This is what we were talking about earlier. Just the AP Bren's week 7 not to do list.
Yes.
So they already had that happen over on like day 1, day 2. They had that loss 0-2 to Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, of course, won versus Omega. And if they lose here on day 3, and they get 0-2'd, again, that's not going to be good for them at all. So this is like it looks pretty dire here for AP Bren. But as we came into the season, in some of the videos that I did, I was really talking about, I didn't honestly. This was a team that I didn't expect to get to the playoffs. Like I was pretty vocal about it going in, and I just figured this was a season where they could really go ahead and refine themselves from the MDL that we saw. So this one's way too long for me, Ingan.
I was supposed to ask you, but again, JamesPankgs is just literally saying that.
No, you gotta read it.
Their preparation coming in to week number 7 is they tweaked it a bit. Their mindset has shifted.
Yeah.
And they said that whatever happens, they talked about whatever happens, they don't have any single regret, and for them it's still a successful season, a stepping stone for them to improve, and whatever's left in the tank, they're just going to ride it on and do or die, whatever happens. They're going to be together and give their all up against Onic Philippines. You like that translation, bro?
Yeah. I think it is. What would be the keyword for me, I guess, is really giving it their all.
Yeah.
Which I'd like to think they really tried to do, but even for their previous match, I guess, there was this certain key to victory which said that they shouldn't be really hesitating anymore. They should be going all in and be committing onto whatever decision they really want to do. Whereas it seems like things are going really well for the Super Family on the other hand.
Yeah, they got their revenge tour here in the second half of the season, and they've been beating the teams that beat them in the first half. And you got to remember too, a lot of people when they came into the regular season after, winning their internationals and becoming world champions, people always have high expectations on those teams.
Yeah.
And then so when they kind of falter a little bit, like if you want to call that here in the first half of the regular season, they're constantly being asked, like, what's happened, you know, what's going on with them, what happened to the super fam, all that stuff. And for a lot of the players there, they just go and focus on the games at hand from week to week. And so now, you know, that's the result here. And we got a quote from King Kong here.
Okay, I think it's my turn.
You got it, Bray.
This time around. So his advice for AP Bren is, again, AP Bren, who they used to be with in their boot camp, and it was their former MDL team, it's just similar to what they told us. It's about the mindset. As long as there's hope, they shouldn't give up, and they should keep fighting. That's the mindset of a nothing to lose kind of player or team. Basically, they're not afraid, or they shouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. They should just keep fighting, and they shouldn't lose hope whatever happens, which I feel is a pretty accurate translation of the statement. And of course, the entire idea of what AP Bren also has to overcome. It came from their older brothers. It came from themselves. So they know what they have to do. It's just that they have to really put it in practice.
Yeah, and it also means a lot that it comes from King Kong, who someone himself experienced huge downfalls coming into the start of his career, but now is on top of the world. I mean, beating 3 opponents to win 3 different championships. But guys, you also have something to beat here, which is the community poll. The MLBBX Naruto skin collaboration is coming soon. Now the huge question is, guys, have you saved up enough diamonds?
I just have
Can
to
you say that? Can you read A?
Of course.
Of course.
Date bayo.
Date bayo.
Yeah.
my voice is
What does date bayo mean?
I don't know.
It's I think it's a made-up word by Naruto himself, which eventually gained.
It's not a made-up
its
word.
own definition.
It's a created.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
But I'd assume Naisu took this personally.
Which one?
The question. Have you saved up enough time?
I've given up on diamonds, guys. Like this, you know, I've spent way too much on my, what was it, Acid Gothic Alpha skin or whatever it was called. Like, that was a hefty cost.
Oh, okay.
That was a hefty cost. I'm gonna be enjoying my free Gara skin is what I'm gonna enjoy. So, while you guys are all flashing your new ones, your Narutos and your Sasuke's and everything, I'm gonna have the Gara. So.
Oh my goodness.
You better watch out for Naisu's Veil out there in the ranked games. And for you guys, you can also answer that live poll in the comment sections down below. Make sure your voices are heard, because we do listen to them, and I hope you can
we read them.
Excuse me right now, because something's stuck with my throat. But guys, our prediction.
Okay, wait, hold on. Get rid of it first.
Our prediction.
Yeah.
We need our prediction starting from the father.
Wait,
on the
we
far
don't
left.
have a paddle.
Okay, then I'm gonna start it first. I'm going with, of course, the Sigma Onic 2-1.
Wasn't that a different prediction?
How do you have to do it like that?
I mean, we have to make something out of nothing. We don't have the emotes.
Okay, he's going for 2-1. I'm also going for
Oh, they're above us.
Here.
Oh. Hi.
Oh, okay.
AR technology.
Thank you. Heads up to direct chat. Everyone chat W direct for this amazing emoji. Okay.
Mine's 2-0, by the way.
I also went with the Sorry Uwu.
Sorry Uwu.
Sorry Uwu.
You're 2-0 right?
Yes, 2-0.
So you're the only guy who went for 2-1.
I believe in the boys. I believe in the bees. I played basketball with them. I know that they're ferocious, vicious.
Oh, honestly, I want to believe it too, because I feel like I'm quite of. I don't know. I feel like a batchmate.
You feel like a batchmate to who?
No, we were once in MDL. We were both. Hey, we were both in MDL, right? Say yes. Oh, whatever. Just throw it over.
I'm not a part of that, so.
I want to be part of what's going to happen next, but unfortunately, it's not going to be me. So, Hans Galleria, take it over.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, David, JJ, Jubin, and Patrick. It is now or never for AP Bren and Onic Philippines. At the EXP, you have Der and Kirk. At the jungle, you have King Kong and JamesPankgs. On the mid lane, it's Super Prince and Chove Skirt. At Rome, you have Brusco and Kekedot. And at gold, it's Kelra and Shizu. And their coaches, you have Coach Pakbet and Coach Hayes. Finally, the opportunity para maipamalas kung ano nga ba talaga ang now or never. JamesPankgs, King Kong, step forward. King Kong, sige, let's keep it that way. King Kong, paano ka makakasiguro na hindi sila makakabawi? Ano ang palag mo? JamesPankgs, how will you keep the playoff hope alive? Ano ang palag mo?
Bibigay ko lang best ko para kahit anong mangyari, magkita pa rin kami sa stage na to.
That is finally it. You know what? Fist bump, hug, it's A-okay. You got it. Onic Philippines, APBR, do your fist bumps as well. MPL Arena, I wanna hear you para sa pinakahuling laban na ito because it's Onic Philippines against APBR. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Pretty sure one of the most wholesome team walk-ins and palags, but now it's gonna be brutal because it's do or die for these 5 young men, a chance to keep their playoff dreams alive. This is APBR.
Putting in all that they've learned throughout the regular season into practice, knowing that there is nothing to lose. This is a do or die and they have to give it their all. We are expecting to see APBR perform at their fullest potential. There were a bit of things that they tried to switch up.
Yeah.
They've actually been exploring outside their comforts. There hasn't been consistent on these picks. We know of him, but this is a different story up against Onic Philippines.
And a team that holds their faith, Onic Philippines, former brothers, now rivals in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, and they're locked in. They have been for the second half of the regular season. They have been on that revenge tour, and it's clear that their eyes are set on another MPL Philippines championship. Obviously, they've got a lot of great competition, and they can continue to go ahead and refine their strategies, even in this matchup here against a team that has been struggling, APBR. And this is, you know, you're going to look at the breakdown here of the spiderweb stats, and it's going to be very misconstrued to one side just because of how things have gone. I do like that APBR has been a team that have brought a lot of, you know, hero picks to their matches, and, you know, it's just unfortunate because every single time that I've watched them, it's always like there's always this potential from game in game out, and they've had some game wins against, you know, some formidable teams. It's just they haven't won a series or been able to go ahead and have a dominant series win just yet. I'd love to see that for them, but against a team like Onic Philippines, obviously that is a tall task ahead of them. Not to say that it's impossible, but hopefully they can start off on the right foot. The meta has changed, you know, from week to week already, and maybe this is a time where these boys from APBR get to shine.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been mentioning how MDL must have honed them for this kind of situation. Their unique hero picks are very close to that of Onic Philippines in terms of numbers, which I feel like was a huge necessity for them. They had to think outside the box because they're being read out like a book by majority of the teams here in MPL Philippines. And the global bans, the practice that they've gotten from the global bans, it should be felt, especially after the patch.
And not to mention, the man with a million moves needs all of his moves to take down a god like Onic Philippines. And let's head over to our smart ping test.
Laban na magdidikta ng kinabukasan. Last game versus Onic. Coach, wala nang kabato sa dibdib. Alam mo bakit? Ibitaw na lahat na mabibitaw ah. In another universe, baka understanding natin kaya 10-1 tayo sa sa kabilang mundo. Ganda!
Hello, pre. Hindi na makalaya. Hindi na makagising. Pasinde na ng ilaw. Minumulto na ako ng damdamin ko, ng sibol ko. Walang kayo, pre. Una pa lang wala nang kayo, alam mo yun. Pero pinaglaban mo lahat. Ipilit mo, pinilit mo lahat kahit alam mong masakit, kahit alam mong masasaktan ka, kahit alam mong hindi gagana.
And there you have it, wise words from the recent birthday celebrant. Really, 1 year was all he needed to be that full of wisdom.
That high-octane voice right there, dude.
Oh, it reminds me of another high-octane voice, which happened back in SBS.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right?
I don't.
Can I just say a random fact here?
Okay, go ahead, Daddy.
In 7 weeks, this is my first AP Bren game I get to cast.
Oh my goodness!
I'll go ahead and walk you through the Infinix keys to victory, though. For AP Bren, prove you can make it on time. You know, when we really think about time,
it's gold.
It's gold. You gotta prove it. And for Onic, show them why it's your time. Well, it's because we always say it's Onic time. And they're on the road to be champions again. That's what they want to do. Now, for both of them, discipline, patience, self-love. This sounds like, you know, you just kind of ran out of things to say, and you just go ahead and say, yeah, this sounds about right. Discipline, patience, self-love. Like, all right, let's think about it. Discipline, patience, sure, in the game. But how do you have self-love in the land of Don? Like, what do you actually, like, that's what
I have a justification. I have a justification.
Okay.
Self-love is showing your worth. And how do you show your worth? By getting gold.
Okay.
And not dying.
I have another justification.
Oh, go ahead.
This is something King Kong himself told us.
Yes.
But like, it's a question, right?
Discipline, patience, and self-love.
That is self-love.
No,
how to be a Sigma.
How do you do this in the game? So,
but it's a team game. Are you really supposed to be selfish and self-love yourself, or are you supposed to love each other?
Oh, but they're not loving this.
Maybe they're telling AP Bren to be more Sigma.
To be like me, to be like your brother. It's like, again, family Sunday. You have a successful older brother.
Yes.
You're trying to give tips to your younger brother.
Yep.
Okay, these
You're
are
just
tips.
saying, just be like me.
Okay.
All right, everybody practice self-love.
And discipline.
That's our Infinix keys to victory for this matchup.
Well, but they're not loving the blue side win rate so far, 15.38% for AP Bren. Although this is low, there's still a chance for them because, again, like what Naisu mentioned, there were times wherein they were able to take or extend the series to game number 3 against formidable teams, and this might be an opening or a glimpse of hope for the Bees, especially since their backs are literally against the wall. This will dictate if their season will end at week 7 or will continue towards the next week. We're heading into the draft for game number 1. First pick goes to AP Bren.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough considering that AP Bren still has 2 matches remaining for next week too. Even after the series against Onic Philippines, they still have 2 series, 1 against Falcons and 1 against Smart Omega. So you definitely want to extend your...
I do hope that whether they extend or not their hopes for the playoffs, that this lineup from AP Bren still stays together, though. Like, they take this whole season as a huge learning experience, and maybe they get some wins, you know, on their last couple matches here for season 15. But the teams that we've seen go through this phase is usually, if they stay together to the next season, then they come back a lot stronger, and I hope that's the case here for AP Bren. But now, if they surprise everybody and beat Onic Philippines in the series, that would be amazing also. So hopefully they're able to pull that off, and it all starts here in the draft.
Again, for AP Bren, it's the main goal isn't just to win the series. It's just to have at least 1 win game coming into the series to have their hopes and dreams still alive coming into the playoffs. And I do agree with Naisu. Again, this 5-man lineup that graduated from MDL, now at MPL. It even came to the point wherein I thought start of S15 that they were going to be one of the dark horses of the season because of how their chemistry is built, but now it's going to be put onto the test. They take out the Moskov of Kelra.
Yeah, basically trusting the process, and now the Joys, the Hayabusas, could we potentially be seeing an assassin matchup once again? Because those are still up for grabs for both of these teams. Is AP Bren considering a Joy first pick for JamesPankgs? Because I feel like that's been a trend. It's been a trend for AP Bren to always go and immediately pick up a JamesPankgs hero.
Go with the Joy. Yep. Makes sense. She's open. It's a great hero option for JamesPankgs. He does need something that is going to allow him to go toe-to-toe with King Kong. And at the same time, I'm wondering what King Kong will pick up if he's just going to go with, like, for example, the Hayabusa, which we've seen pop up a lot, especially since Suyo has taken sort of a back burner after that nerf here.
Oh, yes. The Kalea's open too.
I mean, for King Kong, it might also be an opportunity for him to try and explore his hero pool.
Get
different kinds of junglers that could be viable coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, remember what Why Not's wish was for King Kong yesterday?
What was it again?
It was to hopefully not autoban the Lucas in the next
Yeah.
week. But for now, it's still going to be an autoban for Onic Philippines.
I love how Brusco's just holding the mic here too, by the way. Like just that's support.
I mean, they're super fam for a reason. And again, going back to that Lucas pick. But still, wait. After Onyx Game 3 win versus TLPH yesterday, Kelra has now achieved 200 game wins throughout his MPL PH career.
The Golden Goat?
Yeah, the Golden Goat. This is astonishing. I don't know if that's a word, but again,
astonishing is a word.
I knew it, but you know what? I believe Carl TZ also picked up his 300 game win yesterday, so you can see the difference.
We've got a goat.
We have a goat and
We
a
have a
golden goat. But again, Renmar said yesterday, you may be the greatest of all time, but a goat to a god is just a sacrifice. Shout out to you, Renmar, for dropping hard
Hard
bombs.
lines.
Hard lines.
Yeah. AP Brink gets the Phovis though, so somehow they get an answer to the Harith and the potential other pickups of Onic Philippines later on. But for this last phase, is it going to be the jungler immediately? Like the Hayabusas for King Kong, or are they considering something else?
I'd be surprised if... Oh, yeah, I was going to say, there's a Hayabusa. I mean, I was going to say, if they didn't pick up the Hayabusa now, that'd be surprising, but maybe it also could be, like you guys said, where it becomes a thing where they want to test the hero pool of King Kong. But the Hayabusa obviously seems to be the best matchup, at least with the Joy right now currently. So both the teams will be playing around, trying to get that pacing set up early on. And that's fine. I think one of the big parts, though, for AP Bren is they've got their front line covered with a Phoveus, which is great. They might want to go ahead and take maybe a ban towards, one of the counters that we usually see against the Phoveus and kind of deal with that. And then also you have to consider the fact that, he's going to be your front line. So how do you support that, though? How do you actually provide that space that a Granger is going to need? How do you kind of round that out? Because you're going against Kalea, too, which we don't 100% know. Like, it could be flexed. The Kalea could still be flexed into the XP lane if they wanted to.
Whichever Kekedot is going to pick up in this phase is going to matter a lot on whether or not Shizo's going to be able to flawlessly play his game on the Granger, considering that there has his hands on the Phoveus. So this isn't the same as the usual AP Bren lineups before, where there tends to pick up the Badangs and go for those clutch setups, counter setups against Onic Philippines. He's going to be more of the Phoveus guy, and Kekedot, we're expecting him to be the one to set things up for AP Bren. So that's a problem, or that's something they really would have to consider. But Onic Philippines are really focusing their bans now onto Chop Skirt, which leaves him with the ranged heroes. But I'm wondering, since Hilda's still available, could Onic Philippines be considering that? So regardless if Chop Skirts gets his hands on the Farsa and whatnot, they get to find a way around him. That's on top of the fact that they already have the Hayabusa in their hands too.
Or force out the Sicilian pick onto 12 Skirt. And that's going to be a hard time for AP Brent, because almost all their damage dealers are scaling, and Onic can finish this in a very, very fast manner.
That's what I was saying. Like, they don't want to get to a point where it's just such a
waiting game.
It's a waiting game for them, but also just they allow a team that does it usually the best, or one of the best, I would say. Where Onic Philippines is able to punish and then win games very quickly. So Hilda's the last ban. We're through the banning phase here. This is up to Onic Philippines. They go with the Farsa. They're going to be the ones to take that Farsa, like we mentioned, So they have a ton of early game pressure, and that's the thing that worries me about AP Bren's lineup, and that's why I said that Phoveus needs support here, because as tanky as he is, especially with some of this early magic damage that's going to be bursting through, he might just be jumping into the air to too much damage, and then he's gone. And if you lose the Phoveus, if you don't have another kind of support there to help you, it's going to be tough. So it is Ganakacha seems to be the hero for a lot of people to go ahead and solve that problem.
Yeah, so what does Chopskirt pick, though, to pair up with the Gatot and to at least allow for them to have a bit more of the damage that they need, since there's only the Eves, the Navarias. Oh, Oh.
Okay.
Well, yeah, there is the Valentino. I didn't miss that, but...
We want our own feathered airstrike.
Yeah. Still a good option, especially going up against an assassin like Hayabusa. Can stand his own. And again, as Naisu mentioned, has his own feathered airstrike. And now the last pick for Onic Philippines will determine if this Galea is going to the XP or in the hands of the Bruiser.
Okay.
The old Hylos.
It's a high loss.
It's a high loss.
So Hylos.
So the matchups are pretty okay.
I would say this is almost like standard, you know?
Yeah.
At this point. I like what AP Bren did in the last two picks. Like they cover the ground, but I'm just worried still for their potential to have things slip out of the hands early on. As long as they're able to avoid that, and you know, maybe that's not the case for them. Maybe they want to go ahead and get the start faster than Onic Philippines. Even looking at the breakdown here with the index, you know, they're going to be favored a little bit when it comes to the lineup rating. And what's crucial too here is obviously the utilizations of those revitalizers on both sides. But this time around too, you still have a lot of options on both ends.
Game number 1. Do or die. Now or never for the Bees. Up against Onic Philippines.
Welcome to
a
Mobile
huge and daunting
Legends.
task that they have to face to stay alive as we enter the land of dawn. This is Onic Philippines versus AP Bren.
All right. This is a game wherein we definitely need to pay attention to the team fights that are going to take place, since both of their lineups are pretty much designed for team fights. They really want to go in and pour in all those resources, considering the amount of setups and control that they have, AoEs here and there. So let's see how they allow for their gold laners to operate, since there definitely are a lot of ways for them to do so.
I honestly, this is the first time I'm feeling the atmosphere of the arena. I can feel the drums. A lot are supporting Onic, but now they're trying to go for Kekedot. Didn't pop the Revitalize yet, so no resources expended.
Yeah, good thing that he held on to that. I was actually expecting him to pop it, so he'll get back. No one going down just yet.
Ooh.
Little action there too. King Kong trying to get what he can from this side of the jungle, but ultimately nothing just yet. So part of this as well for AP Bren as they force Kirk out of here.
That's the electrifying beats already used onto Kirk, but look at the response from Brusco and King Kong. Ogi Shadow Kill to turn things around and take down JamesPankgs instead. Kekedot trying to chase after the kill, but he will be punished as well, or maybe not, if he still gets to somehow find his way, but Brusco denies him of doing so.
A family that stays together, dominates together, and with that 2-kill swing, Onic Philippines has a clear advantage towards the early game. Now they have to wait again for their power spike for the side of the Bees. Give enough pressure for JamesPankgs to be able to roam around his own jungle and not get invaded. And later on, he'll help Shizu stack up with his Granger.
Yeah, that's tough. That's the part, you know, that I was saying. Like, before this first turtle comes up, typically with the lineup that they have, you don't want to really go down, but then they force that fight. Chasing Kirk, and now another fight.
Look at all the damage being thrown by Super Prince. Dare is already down, and there will be no one to zone and find their way through. Onic Philippines secures the turtle, and AP Bren, they're down by 3 kills already.
Interesting to know that Super Prince did not opt for the rapid boots.
Oh, what? 2-man knockup from the title strike, and now Kekedot, he's forced to go in, immediately gets taken out by King Kong, and Dare's just trying to sustain everyone that they can just potentially walk away as JamesPankgs, he goes in, uses the electrifying beats, and finds a trade onto Brusco.
Yeah, they had to do something there. Like, AP Bren can't just let Onic Philippines continue to do that under the 3-minute mark. You know, you can't have these multiple members planning themselves in your side of the jungle. Oh no.
Oh my goodness, look at the damage coming in from King Kong and Super Prince. Not even a Valentina under the turret gets to survive.
That long, oh wait a minute, Kelra versus Shizu is gonna be 1v1. Who's gonna win this? Kelra!
He still wins the 1v1. And the immediate response coming in from each and every member of Onic Philippines. That's what you call the super fam.
This is what I'm saying, man. They are the team that likes to fight early if they're forced into it. And even that, I mean, think about it. In all the games we've seen, when was the last time we see that early of a gold 1v1 actually break out? Most of the gold laners just farm up until the objectives later on, or they need to be part of the fight.
It's interesting. It's a Harith and a Granger who usually, as you mentioned, just play it safe. But now there is another pickoff that is being carried out by Onic Philippines. Chopskirt somehow dodges the shadow, but that was a close call once again for the Bees.
Onic Philippines, this team literally showing that they don't have breaks.
Yeah.
Every opportunity that their ultimates are done, cooldown, they're gonna hit it. Brusco's gonna look for a proper target. Might it be Kekidot, even the tankiest heroes like Kekidot and they're not afraid to burst down anyone because they know that they can do anything at this point.
This is where APBR has to step up. They have to be able to go ahead and either decide, do we want to slow things down? Oh, they go in again.
Ter decides to go in, but he fails to stun people with a dark wave. And now the electrifying beats. It feels as if nothing happened. Onic Philippines are too tanky, and they can just not even notice the damage that this Joy that JamesPankgs decided to throw out, but now they still decided to fight, and that might be not a good call for APBR as Dare eventually falls. King Kong uses the Ogi Shadow kill, and Chopskirt steals away the glorious pathway, but Super Prince 2 finds his way and kills Shizu!
With the lethal ignition, Shizu wasn't able to escape, and now it's just Chopskirt and JamesPankgs. All bases covered, no trades, and every single thing Onic is doing is bearing fruit for them. Now they're trying to go for the invades, putting enough pressure again onto the middle lane, eventually going to be able to take it down, but King Kong showing lightning and thunder onto JamesPankgs. He wants a 1v1, but Brusco is here to make sure that the job is done. JamesPankgs, however, will be able to walk away.
Yeah, and this is what we're going to expect from Onic Philippines, a team like them. They get this kind of lead. I mean, even look at the gold leaderboard here. They're going to continue to put pressure. They are a team that likes to do that, just like the likes of, for example, MPL PH that does that too, and they will not let up. So for APBR to be able to not let this game get out of hand, and then you're facing a 10 to 12 minute loss, you have to look at where can they actually start to crawl back into the game. It's slipping so quickly out of their hands. You're talking about a 4K deficit already at this point. So for APBR, trying to catch up, trying to hold on, and one of the difficult things about that is when you have a Hayabusa across from you and a Farsa, most often than not, you're going to be pressured under your turret, so you don't even really have a safe haven to run to. So you have to start to think, all right, how do we actually win these fights or withstand the damage? And it comes down to the mechanics of being able to survive that, but then get back into this game. And so it's a waiting game for APBR. They really have to be able to extend things out. If they even show and try to fight this turtle, they're probably going to lose that fight too. So better for them to just kind of focus where they can across the map.
Yeah, and this is somehow a joy. So you somehow get better wave or side control if you wanted to, but Brusco goes in. He doesn't want any other option to happen for APBR. Kekidot, will he eventually make it out alive? It's a no, because Onic Philippines, they just burst him down.
You know, at this point, I'm actually confused if the title strike is actually the AOG, because that title strike looked like an AOG when it connected to 4.
Every single member under the turret at that. And now that's easy access for the Super Fam to immediately convert into turrets in as early as 7 minutes of the game, taking this huge of a lead against APBR.
You know, Kalea's almost like what Garakacha wanted to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's got the AOG, but it was almost to the point where they were like, man, we kind of messed up with Garakacha. Let's just make a new hero.
What Garakacha wanted to be.
You know what I mean? Like, and like, because like you could picture Garakacha being the one to like grapple people and throw them, you know, with the tsunami slam, but at least he can jump into the air.
Yeah, there are so many more things you can do as the Kalea compared to the Katot. Even when you're behind or when you're trying to look for an angle. Oh my goodness, but this isn't looking too good for APBR. Even there, he's not able to sustain the damage anymore. Coming in from Kelra, who currently is probably so up high there in terms of gold.
And now you can see APBR is just literally reactive to what Onic Philippines has been doing.
Yep.
Chovsker picked up his own glorious pathway. With all bases covered, Onic is just trying to steal away jungle creeps, depriving JamesPankgs. Right now, he's currently level 11. There's a conceal.
Oh, a 3-man knockup once again. Is it the AOG or not? We don't know anymore, but what we know is that they're fighting under the turret, and somehow Kelra is taken down by APBR. But King Kong's making sure that he will be able to take a trade, but Kekedon, he has the sustain.
Okay. Yeah. This time, we finally learned that Onic, 2 turrets is just too much. 1 turret is enough, 2 turrets might be too much for them.
Yeah, and so that's the thing that APBR has to do. Onic's going to do that all day, all game. And if they can punish Onic Philippines, then that might be the opening for APBR and a part of the plan of just buying more time. Because really, it's Onic Philippines' choice with the lineup that they have to force things under the turret. Like we mentioned, this Lord is up. It's probably just going to go freely over to them, still holding on to about almost a 7,000 gold lead. But like I said, for APBR, eventually at some point, if they can stay in the game here, Shizu should be online. You know, Chovsker might be able to pump out some of the damage too. And then JamesPankgs can play the macro that we've seen Joy do a lot of the times. Malefic Roar is being picked up now by Shizu, so Lord is secured. We're going to have to see if APBR actually is capable of defending here, though.
Yeah, it's a 0-3-1 for Shizu, though, so it might be a bigger problem than we think for APBR to eventually find their way back into this game, but at least they still have their Holy Shields intact. But look at Prince just forcing a reaction out of everyone from APBR. And to think that the Lord hasn't even arrived just yet.
That's a pressure feathered airstrike. Literally applying pressure to APBR might even be able to bait out some of the skills, especially the Purify from Shizu here, as they also take down the second tier mid lane turret. Lord sieging in onto the bottom. Holy Shields on the middle lane will be popped. Looking to target the bottom lane next. Let's see if Brusco will be able to cast that Tidal Strike once again. Not going to continue it, but the Glorious Pathway will be casted by Kirk to make sure they take down at least 1 inhibitor, King Kong.
Oh, okay. We thought he could be the one to start things up, but apparently they're just playing it safe. Now they want to transition toward the mid lane, and this might just be the time for them to do so. AOG, counter AOG from Kekedon, knocking up multiple members of Onic Philippines, but he is the first to fall. And now Chovsker as well is gone, and the Yogi Shadow kill just keeps connecting onto every single member of APBR. And now they finally find a way to put an end to game 1.
A very quick game from the super fam. The Onic Philippines world champs come out swinging in game 1.
That was such a quick way to end the game.
11 minutes, 17 seconds. And what a way to end it with a wipeout. Onic Philippines showing that they are still unfazed, unbothered, and unbeaten by their former MDL team. And now 1 win away from eliminating APBR.
Yep.
It's tough, but it is what's going to happen if Onic Philippines does sweep the series.
And that's the thing, like we talked about this in the draft. Like, this lineup was meant to go ahead, control the early game, and if you snowball with it, like, this is the result. You know, and it was really unfortunate for APBR because they had that pretty rough loss early on in the early game before the first turtle even. And then from there, it just kind of snowballed out of control where like Onic Philippines is going to make these plays under the turret with the fact that they can put that pressure. And then even this, you know, you don't see this every day. 3.5 minutes in, both gold laners going 1v1, you know, and it was more so like, yeah, we want part of the action too. And it was just a game for Onic Philippines the whole point, the whole time.
I feel like it was a call made by APBR though to really find a way to fight back. There was an AOG, but this guy, this the Deathless Hayabusa.
Yeah, the Sigma is now a ninja with a Hayabusa MVP game. 5-0-9, set the tempo early on. Went in for early kills that literally dictated the pace of Onic Philippines. Went in with full damage. Not even a single scratch to his KDA with 0 deaths.
It was so hard to actually punish King Kong when all you had was either the AOG or the Terrify.
Yeah,
from
there
the
was no
Valentina.
catch.
Yeah.
There was no hard crowd control that could immediately be used as a response to whoever decided to go in from Onic Philippines, not even Brusco. At most, I feel like what they had to deny these attempts was just the Purify from Shizu. Other than that, there was nothing that could stop Onic Philippines from successfully taking a pickoff or a setup from whichever member they wanted to from AP Bren.
Yeah, and this Kelra is such a nuisance for teams so far. Like, ever since she became available, she's able to provide so much. I mean, think about this pressure. As you always see, Brusco in the air. And it works so well with the mages like the Farsas, like the Eves even.
Yeah.
And it's so tough to deal with early on because you know that every single time that Tsunami Slam is available, or even the title strike, like that, you know what I mean? Like there's so many options there, and that's what I was saying. This is like the better Gattacacha because you have that on a much lower cooldown. And even this is just forced fight after fight with that all built around that Kelra.
Brusco literally showed what Gattacacha is missing. He wanted to be a hero like that, but unfortunately Kelra was unleashed today. And not even just that, we saw a lot of action coming in from King Kong and Super Friends alone. Without even Brusco, they were able to take down the backline of AP Bren without even any initiation or crowd control from Onic. That's not just how much burst they had early on, even down to the early game.
Hey, there were moments where Super Friends just decided to use the wings by wings to not go anywhere but in front of the enemy. Or even just fly around the area.
That's called sizing up. He's sizing up AP Bren.
You know they're just so much ahead when they're able to use such crucial resources to do nothing. And he literally did nothing. He was just flying in front of everyone, landing those Curse of Crows, and that's when you know they got massive control of the middle lane, which is interesting because even Shizu got affected by it.
I would call that I wouldn't say that's nothing, Brigid. I would say that's a mental move.
That's a mental move, actually.
You know, like when you are at the highest level of competition, I'm sure you have your own mental moves.
That's why veterans will always top rookies because of the mental state, mental aspect of the game. But honestly, if you're gonna look at what AP Bren was doing that time, they were really reactive to the point where if Onic was doing something, they were playing basically catch up. And at the same time, I honestly feel like they were just waiting for JamesPankgs to do something.
Well, it's hard to actually like when you really put it in perspective. Yeah, let JamesPankgs try to do something, but because of the lineup, like I said, and this was in the draft, the Kelra, the Farsa, and a Hayabusa. Like, what can you do under your turret? You know what I mean? When you're being forced to fight anyway. Like, JamesPankgs really isn't going to change that.
Yeah.
It just came down to the draft that was not favored for them, and as soon as you fall behind in the early game, then that draft is just going to fall apart, you know? Because, even King Kong, like 977 GPM, BPI rich guy here for King Kong. But that was the name of the game. Anytime you have that Hayabusa also drafted on a team composition and you get an early lead like that, it's going to be pretty hard to deal with, you know? Like, there's not that many answers that you can have, especially when even your tankier members, your tankier heroes on the lineup just get shredded down between the physical damage from the Hayabusa, but also the magic damage with the Farsa. So it was really difficult from the start.
Yeah, speaking of, I think those two frontliners were kind of torn between whether or not it should have been there or it should have been Kekedot to go in first. And like what happens after that.
Yeah.
Because like there wasn't as clean of a coordination in terms of the plays that they did, I guess. Only during that one instance where there was an AOG jumping in the members who were trying to go in for the Lord Siege, but that was it. If they lost that fight, that would cost them the game, but it was a decision they made because they just probably really wanted to do something. And I can't blame them for that, but now they are definitely in a do-or-die situation in terms of this do-or-die game.
And after recalling what happened during that amazing Fasta game, let's now recall MPL PH's Sunday's Best, the strategies that literally shaped the meta or how Filipinos play all throughout MPL. So guys, I'm guessing what were your favorites? We're seeing right now the Diggy strat.
Oh my, and look at that.
This is so old school. Look at these graphics.
And look at the Bane.
This takes me back to just being a viewer.
Oh my goodness, this is the Bane Paramis.
Yeah, Bane Faramis.
Chakno and Kelra. Man, it takes a lot of micro skills to pull this off, but it takes a lot of brains to think about these kinds of strategies and execute them in game.
I don't think we missed these though. Like they were cool. They were, you know, like I mean, game-breaking, you know, strategies. Some of them were fun. Some of them were memey like this. As we get a look at the Johnson. Is this Johnson Kadita? This is
no.
This is Johnson Kadita, right?
I beg to disagree. This Johnson Kadita one, this takes a lot of skill. Honestly, to pull this off, it's precise. You need to be precise. You need to have a lot of patience. It's honestly hard to drive a Johnson. Johnson.
Oh my gosh. All I can say is that these strategies, game-breaking strategies, forced a patch.
Yes.
This is why, for example,
the
Diggy or the Faramis Bane forced the patch to increase the defense of a turret when there's no minion.
Yeah.
Those are the small things.
You could chalk it up as learning experiences.
Yes.
Learning experience for the game and the devs who now just keep changing things every now and then, but we're hoping to, like, I don't know, there are things we are expecting to be changed, but they change other things.
I hope Suyo was a learning experience.
Yeah, Suyo. I mean, I hope Fredrin was a learning experience. He dominated for 2 years. And now we need to see the real Sigmas out there with their power poses. We're seeing a lot of...
hey, that's the father.
The father of King.
Yeah, why don't we let the father do it?
Yes, it's time for the father.
Okay, show us your Sigma poses.
Sigma. Oh,
okay. Who else?
Oh! Here we have a lot of content. Oh!
Got a lot of good jaw lines out there, guys.
There's so many Sigmas.
Oh, this is the real Sigma.
That's a Sigma.
Give him everything.
Give him everything. Oh,
that is the OG Sigma.
That's the father of the Sigma.
Shout out to the father of the Sigma, the father of King Kong, and this might be the apprentice of King Kong.
There's a certain thing you do with your mouth to get the Sigma thing.
You lick the top of your mouth.
Is that what it is?
I think so. Yeah, to make your jawline stand out.
I don't think you lick
Naisu, you were the model, so I'm pretty sure you would know. But this little kid knows that he wants that smart power pose. So congratulations to you for showing that you have what it takes to be a Sigma. And going back to my point, Naisu, you should know because you were a model.
Wait. Just to set things straight, I really don't think you lick it. I just think you put it there.
Please.
All right, let's not go there.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
But we will go to the power of Smart, because with Smart's power all 99, you can play anytime and anywhere.
Now with 10 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook,
funny?
Messenger, and Instagram. No, he switched the lines. Anyway, and only TikTok, plus only calls and texts to all networks.
More data, more GG, still just 99 pesos for 7 days. Load now.
Yeah, only 99 and you can experience the power of Smart. But again, currently APBR is experiencing might be the hardest pill to swallow for them so far. They are on the brink of elimination.
Yeah.
1 win away for Onic Philippines from eliminating APBR. And now Onic also decides to go for the blue side, the side wherein they have the higher win rate.
Ooh, that's 76.982. You could already round it up to like 77%.
Yeah.
Quick maths. Amazing.
Quick math. So you totally messed up the fist bump, but you know, we'll let it pass. You guys ever like go to fist bump someone or like high five someone and then they hesitate, so you hesitate, and then it's just awkward?
Yeah.
Hey, earlier he was talking about the boat, and now he's talking about my fist bumps.
And now we're going to talk about the drafts, because again, what are the adjustments APBR needs? I honestly said yesterday that they have to have more of a commanding roamer, like a jawhead, and they actually picked it for game number 2 yesterday. Game number 2 was really close. And now I think that's what APBR needs to do. They need someone to be dictating the pace, not just wait for JamesPankgs' power spike or Shizu's power spike. So I'm guessing the Chos or the Jawheads should pop off for APBR this time.
Is it just me or the Gatot Kacha roams haven't been... Wait, what?
I just realized, I'm so sorry. Ian, why is your headset so far forward? They're like you.
No,
You were like on your forehead.
I wanted to bring it up. But,
Okay, so you saw it too.
I saw it too.
Realizations right now is that Brigida is a real friend. Nice who really put me on the spot there. Made it more noticeable.
No, I'm sorry. Well, here's the draft for game 2. All right.
All right. Okay.
Why was my headset there? Okay, so Onic Philippines, they still, okay, the message of Coach Why Not was for King Kong, as mentioned by Brigida, to stop insta-banning Lucas.
Yeah.
To try it out, but I feel like, one
They're
day is
not
not
doing that
enough.
this week,
Yeah, well, one day as a 19-year-old is not enough for him to change that much, and they will still take out the Lucas away, plus put respect on the chip, as well as AP Brent putting respect on the Fanny of King Kong.
Yeah, I'm expecting the, well, weirdly enough, the Luyis to come back into the red side because for a moment it felt like they were more in the blue side bans together with the Jushins. So those are probably some of the bans we could be expecting from AP Brent, not unless they want to deny the joy. Oh my goodness, there you go. So they're switching things up, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's good though. I think for AP Brent too, what I'd love to see them, because most likely, let's say, because they took out the Joy, so that could possibly leave a first pick Kalea for Onic Philippines. So AP Brent might be playing around the fact that they want to go ahead and get, a better option to start with in the early game. That could be if they want a Phoveus again, if they want to go for the Harith maybe. The Jushin isn't banned out just yet either. As the Suyo gets taken out instead. So that's going to change some of the course here for the jungle at least a little bit. But still, I think you're going to see Onic Philippines take Kalea first, and then maybe AP Brent wants this a Jushin pick.
One thing that AP Brent can trade for later on for the third pick is that Matilda is still open.
Oh, wait, there's so many things open.
So
There's
the
the
Luyi, the Matilda, I mean, what else?
Goodness. The Kaleas, as mentioned, yeah, there's so many picks that are still available. The gold laners aren't that prioritized as much, similar to the Hariths. They aren't like the go-to first picks and whatnot, but
honestly, you really have to ban out the Kalea. If we can recall correctly, the debut of Kalea wasn't that spotless. I mean, teams are still trying to figure out how Kalea was working, but when Brusco played it, instant win. That's why AP Bren will put respect on Kalea, on Brusco's name.
all right, what do they pick here then? Is it gonna be the Lu Yi or the Jushin?
I think they go Luyi.
Yeah, this is one of the signature picks.
I don't know. Either I would say either works, but I have a feeling they go.
Oh!
They don't go with either. They go with a Hayabusa first pick.
That's interesting. I mean, if we were to rank like the top junglers now, 3 of them are already in the bans.
Probably what? So from this, what do you like? What do you think you play against Hayabusa? A Hanzo? Like, does JamesPankgs go Hanzo?
I don't know. They've been. Do they want to like? Because even the other options you would consider, such as the Ling, they have so many conditions that have to be met for you to be confident enough to field it.
Yeah, I almost don't want them to go like too risky with
Unless-
that.
Or safer route.
Fragrance.
Oh yeah, unless they go for that or something that has been adjusted, some like sort of surprise cheese strat, like the Leomords, which happened yesterday.
Yes.
But that might be something they'd want to reveal for later. So they go and pick up the Moscow and the Louis, which I think are great responses for AP Brent.
I like these 2 picks for AP Brent, 2 power picks, because if you can't go head-to-head in terms of micro, in terms of clashes, play the macro game.
Yeah.
And if we're going to recall AP Brent's run in MDL, it was also the Louis who have secured them the championship back in season, was it 3 or 4? 3, 4, 3. Okay, nice Brigida.
Wait, I'm also trying to recall because we weren't there in 4.
Yeah.
So it's probably 3. No, it's maybe 4. Oh, but anyway.
Yep.
That's a Gatot Kacha already picked up here by Onic Philippines. Do they pick up the Harith? Oh, no, they don't.
No, Celine.
They're not getting the gold lane in the first phase.
I think it's just because they know, like, it doesn't even really matter what's banned out for the gold lane.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a Kelra too.
Yeah.
And you can expect it to be banned out in the second phase for AP Brent if they don't get the Selena, because this is actually one of the heroes that they always use to counter out the Louis. Selena with abyssal traps and arrows that could literally control the map and catch the Louis off guard. So now final picks for AP Brent could be a power pick and then can determine what happens to the draft. They're still lacking
They gotta
a
get their jungler, right?
Yes.
Like, I would assume they go their jungler.
I'm wondering what the option is going to be. If it's a safer route.
A flashy accompaniment.
Oh my goodness!
That is a big risk, but it's JamesPankgs to do it.
Talk about map control, map pressure.
Well, yeah.
The global
A
pressure.
Moskov, a Louis, and a Ling.
You know, this lineup, they're taking the global from global ban and putting it to their lineup. This is a global lineup.
Where did that go from? Anyway, you know, it's I'm wondering what they want to ban out for AP brand. Like,
Maybe it's a little too much, though. Like, if you think about it, like, you know, the Moskov can split, the Ling can.
The Louis can diversion.
isn't it too all over the place if they...
Could be like what Naisu mentioned a while ago during the previous series, that the ultimate of the chip can be a double-edged sword. And the fact that these three heroes can be present all around the map can also be a double-edged sword for them. In case, you know, Onic goes in full dive. They're always going to have the numbers advantage compared to AP Brand.
Yeah. So this will be, it'll actually also be interesting to see how Onic Philippines decides to draft against that threat globally with these first 3 picks already, and how they decide to handle it. They do to, the Phobius is taken out here, so they're going to focus on some of those XP lane options too. Oh, that's cute.
Well, I'm wondering if they want to take out one of the crowd control heroes that'll make the things harder for a Ling. But though, I'm not... Where's the Gatot though? It's likely to be the... Okay, so they're still considering the possibility that the Gatot is going to be flexed. So the Jawhead's still there though.
Yeah. Fight for the ultimate answer.
So it's the Jawhead, the Badang? That's still there.
If AP Brand goes Joy, that's such a glass cannon lineup. Huge early game upside, but if they slip even just once, they can go downhill from there.
But would they want it to go into the hands of Onic Philippines?
The Hylos is still there though too for Onic Philippines if they wanted to. If they do put Kirk on the Gatakacha.
Oh yeah. Because
there's still a Tigreal.
There's a...
Oh yeah.
There's a
Tig.
The Tig against AP Brand would actually be.
There have been Kufra games too.
Yeah, from Brusco also. So
oh,
still the Jawhead.
Okay.
Okay.
They get the Jawhead.
Tigreal would really be a good pick here for Brusco.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If they decided to flex the Gatakacha, they go Tigreal.
And they pair it up with a... What's there? It's
gold lane.
It's a Ranger still?
Ranger or you need something with that moment. Maybe even the Irithel. I don't know. Like if you want to go with the Irithel, just because you gotta kind of avoid the Ling that shows up with the Moskov. Might want to go for some mobility.
There's almost no one to shred or no tanky front line just yet for AP Brand.
Yeah, it's basically the Jawhead. Depending on what they put in the XP lane, so. All right, there's the answer, though. It's going to be Badang and the Bruno.
Whoa!
Interesting on the Bruno pick. Wasn't expecting that, but they go with that.
Yeah. One of the usual matchups when it comes to the Moskov, it's because it's kind of like, it operates like a Moskov except for the Spear of Destruction, but they...
Hylos, yep.
AP Brand will select Hylos as their final pick, and now AP Brand, their potentially last lineup that could determine if they will enter the playoffs has been set. Will this JamesPankgs Ling be enough for them to soar high over Onic Philippines? We'll find out as we enter the land of Dawn. But right now, your thoughts about the current drafts?
I feel like AP Brand at this point really went for comfort. It's like they wanted to use heroes that they're really familiar with, that they're really comfortable using, because these, again, it's not just the Louis who was their championship hero. It's also the Ling, who we know is one of JamesPankgs' signature assassins as well. So if they're able to set the tempo, if they're able to carry out the early game, this might be a better situation for AP Brand overall.
Last series for week number 7. is underway. A do-or-die match for the debuting team of APBR. Once MDL champions, now in the brink of elimination. Will they be able to regain this series? This is APBR versus Onic Philippines.
Yep.
Whoa.
Match point at that, but Super Friends. Woo, that was close. Okay.
He's like, yeah, that's why I like the Loyer. That early damage already is always something that surprises, a lot of players that go against the Loyer. So this will be interesting because, yeah, I really do think that APBR's lineup here could work out really well. It's just going to be how do they play around it? How do they capitalize around this too? JamesPankgs being proactive on this Ling is going to be important. Not only that, but also protecting his buffs for him. And you can bet that Onic Philippines wants to counterplay into the jungle if they can.
Yep. This just goes to show that the mentality of APBR is literally what JamesPankgs said, that they have no regrets.
Yep.
They're not afraid. They're planning to leave everything out right now and try to contest for a playoff spot, because despite losing an 11-minute, 17-second game, they're still proactive right now, as you mentioned. And JamesPankgs with his one of his signatures, the Ling, going up against the Hayabusa of King Kong. Later on, when it comes to neutral objectives, we'll see if he's really ready for the big leagues.
Yeah, and for some reason, it's still Onic Philippines with a better control of the map. They're able to anticipate wherever APBR is planning to go and move around. So they have full information, and they can just base off whatever rotations they want to do from these informations. Just look at Brusco, really making sure that JamesPankgs is within sight, but they are definitely going to go for the contest. JamesPankgs goes in, but fails to secure the retribution. And look at that beautiful fist break, fist crack combo coming in from Kirk. But now the fight is split into two, and APBR gets to take down two.
Great kills for APBR. Yeah, they trade the turtle, but they'd rather go for the kills, and it went into the right hands. At least JamesPankgs got one too. And so with that, they give themselves this little bit of a lead to work around. But, you saw that Onic Philippines' plan was to just get the turtle and get out, because even then King Kong didn't go back to join the fight. So, again, a trade that maybe they were looking for there, but ultimately favoring APBR.
Yeah. It was also crucial that there was, had they revitalized, so the sustain was enough. King Kong disciplined enough to decide not to enter anymore and just sacrifice Kirk for the objective take. As long as they try and prevent a potential snowball from APBR, they will be able to do their job. Abyssal Arrow is going to connect, plus the Wiki Shadow Kill, even force out the Flicker. But you cannot outrun a ninja like King Kong.
Oh, look at Super Friends though. It feels so rare to see him actually do that. I know he did it in Mobile Masters.
It's grown on him.
But like, even up until now?
Yeah.
I mean, you expect Super Friends to be this confident, but there!
Well, did you see King Kong just stand in front of everyone? But now they are going to go in for the counter engage. The Abyssal Arrow still connects on to Shizu though, forces out the Purify, and now Brusco is still able to sustain everything despite all that.
Well, that's too bad. That arrow, if that arrow connected, would have been easier for them to get the kill. But look at this pressure from Kirk. Gets a lot of gold down there, and the fact that Kelra is up for that fight and then grabs a kill is a big moment there for Onic Philippines.
That's why they also opted for a Bruno. So in terms of fighting power, they also have a punch early on in the game. But I really want to commend Super Friends. The Abyssal Arrow literally passed through two bodies that connected to Shizu, even forced out the Purify. And that's crucial because there's a turtle take, and your Moskov doesn't have Purify, but Kirk going up against 3, trying to delay the purple buff take.
What could be the call here? 12 Skirts seems to be hovering around the map with that diversion, but every single diversion attempt seems to be scouted and anticipated by Onic Philippines. There's the Abyssal Arrow and the trap landed onto Kekedot. Let's see how they set things up for this turtle.
Go Shadow in. They're waiting and not overcommitting just yet. Super Friends, they're waiting for the glorious pathway to be casted. AOG coming in from Kirk, not gonna connect onto anyone but Kirk. On the other hand, onto the back line. Who's gonna get the turtle?
Alright, they get to dodge that AOG, and JamesPankgs this time secures the turtle for themselves. They might be going for the disengage. They're happy with that objective that they got.
Again, a good take there, really a push and pull but you still got to be able to respect, you know, even what AP Bren can do in a team fight. And again, Onic Philippines has to decide on how they follow up on either the Abyssal Arrows or even Kirk's initiations. But so far, it just seems like, you know, they're focusing on farming up, doing what they can, because even for Kelra, his damage spike is going to come pretty soon. You know, a lot quicker here on a Bruno, where that damage really starts to show, especially when those first couple items are locked in. He's already got the Haas Claws, so he can go ahead and sustain through some of these fights. But nonetheless, this is a lot better game for AP Bren in game 2.
Yeah, they're able to manage things so much well. And even in terms of the waves, Onic Philippines, compared to the first game, they're yet to take away a turret, but look at how they've transitioned into making sure that they mess up King Kong's farming.
The senses of King Kong to be able to dodge Kekedot's potential setups. He's playing it safe, but at the same time in style with the shadow of the Hayabusa. And what I like about AP Bren is that they're packing a punch compared to game number 1. This time they're being aggressive, proactive, trying to invade onto King Kong, and at the same time they're not forcing anything. Because most of the time, if you have a Joy and Louis combination and you're not doing anything in the early game, you're forced to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, they can kind of also just respond to Onic Philippines, because they know that Super Friend's going to spend a lot of time, you know, scouting out with the traps, but also throwing out the arrows. And honestly, if Super Friends doesn't land those early on, there's really not much of a choice that they can do to force a fight, unless, again, Kirk is willing to go ahead and expend the Flicker to get a setup, you know? So the whole game plan for Onic Philippines is really playing around the Abyssal Arrows, and AP Bren knows that. So they can be the ones to go ahead, kind of react to that, let JamesPankgs farms up. You have a lot more options to start fights if you want to, if you're AP Bren, especially with being able to go ahead and reposition the way you want to around having a Louis Yi. But now this turtle is up here. It's the last one of the game. They'll go ahead and get ready to fight for it.
Yeah. And we see the Infinix hand cam of JamesPankgs on the lane too while they prepare for this upcoming take. But it seems like they scouted Kekedot, and they're yet to actually go in. AP Bren, they're just waiting for their timing.
Shizu opting to go for a top lane trade instead. JamesPankgs wants to go for the red steal, but King Kong will secure the turtle.
Yep, they did go for the retribution, but they did not get to secure the objective, and now the Abyssal Arrow lands onto Chop Skirt as well. Not even on a Brave Smite will be able to stay for long. There's the only one left toward the bottom lane, but he gets caught in the fist break, and that'll be enough for AP Bren to look for other things across the map.
Great push, though, from Shizu, despite it all. You know, at least able to get that tier 2. But these are now the pressure points from Onic Philippines to go ahead and work on this, even in the buff.
Oh no, Tempest of Blaze already used, and right into the Abyssal Arrow! JamesPankgs will fall! There is the next as well! But for some reason, he's able to sustain just a bit of the damage, but not for long, and Kekedot! It's a triple for Super Friends!
The Monster Mage once again making his presence felt with an amazing play as Onic Philippines continues their push. Shizu slowly finding ways to even out the economy. At this point, AP Bren is going to resort to the strength of their lineup, which is the split push. Whether it's JamesPankgs, whether it's Shizu, they have to do it because again, they're in the brink of elimination up against Onic Philippines.
Oh my goodness, I just have to say it's a 6-0-1 for Super Friends.
It's kind of impressive when you see a game of a Selena in the hands of Super Friends, because he's able to make things happen like that. And you don't see that all the time, because a lot of the times the Selena players are just playing around those arrows and letting the team follow up. But no, it's Super Friends that's getting the triple kills and the kills in between all these angles in the jungle even. And I mean, you're seeing it. So I hope that this time that Shizu's been farming up and pressuring in. Oh, diversion. They send JamesPankgs on that side.
Shizu, he doesn't have a Winter Crown or anything, so he's going to be taken down by King Kong. No defensive items. A major shutdown for Onic.
3 members of AP Bren, they find themselves against 4 members. No, make it 5 of Onic Philippines, but they're fortunately able to walk away from danger just in time for this upcoming Lord. But still, they have to consider that was Shizu that got taken out.
Oof, and he's going to lose the purple buff here. Now for JamesPankgs. As I was just saying, I hope that time that Shizu's been pushing around the map, it pay off. But he gets picked off instead, and now this Lord is up. We're going to see if APBR actually wants to try to contest this. It might come down to a retribution battle.
Oh no, Kekidot gets blasted! Kelra takes the kill. That's the SOD coming in from Shizu, and they decide to fight. Now everyone's in the middle of the mist break, and Kelra finds his double kill, but Shizu gets to take down Brusco!
Kelra up against 2, he's working on there, he might be able to take him down, and a triple! Again, Kelra up against Softguard! A maniac for the god in the gold lane!
It's a wipeout for Onic Philippines, and they get to secure the Lord!
Oh, Kelra's positioning, and you saw even with the Haas Claws able to stay in that fight. He got a little health back even before recommitting to it, and then all turns into just getting a maniac here. Onic Philippines just flipping the switch, all of that resulting into a massive objective and now a massive gold lead ahead. And it's, again, APBR, it looked okay for a while, but now they find themselves in this position.
Yeah, so much is denied from APBR once Onic Philippines gets to immediately shut down Kekidot. And that has been the story for the majority of this game. Kekidot just can't seem to find the angles. He immediately gets caught by either Super Friends, he immediately gets poked down, and now they're making their way through the base.
11 minutes in already, a 7K gold lead for Onic. APBR gonna try and make quick work of that Lord, but Holy Shields will be gone. At first, it's down bottom. Now they're targeting the top lane. They will, however, be able to save inhibitor turrets, but again, at this point, nothing. No one is safe. There's a conceal coming in from Brusco. They might look for an angle right now, but they're not gonna force out anything. Super Friends hitting with Abyssal Arrow. They might go for Kekidot!
Oh, look at the damage, and there's the trap to finish off the kill. Super Friends is now legendary on this Selena, and they might actually gain gradual access to the inhibitor turrets now.
They still hold on, APBR holding on to the base turrets, but they just playing around, trying to dodge the arrows from Super Friends. Now sitting at 8-0-4. It's a massive game on the Selena right now as the wave's pushing now in top and mid and bottom. Can APBR hold on to this?
APBR on the verge of elimination. Brusco goes in!
Oh, King Kong gets taken down though by Chop Skirt, but there's an immediate response from the Super Fab. It seems like APBR still want to make things happen. That's the unstoppable point, but Chop Skirt gets left alone against Super Friends, and Kelra's just going for it. He's finishing everyone off!
Oh no! Shizu up against Kurt. 2 are still alive, but Super Friends are in the picture also. It's gonna be a 2-on-2 that we're able to defend, but all the inhibitor turrets are taken down. And APBR, they are still alive.
They get to defend even when we thought that Onic Philippines was so close to putting an end to it. So they get to live for a little longer.
Oof, they live a little longer. They got a ton of gold in their hands, but is it going to be enough? We're 20 seconds away from this Lord to come up, but Onic Philippines will be back for the fight, so APBR has to make use of that extra gold they just got in their pockets, because even when it comes to the team fights, again, that was Onic Philippines just pressuring them, you know, playing around the fact even Kelra jumping in for the fight. And so now, will it come down to them actually getting control around this Lord as APBR gets in position for Onic Philippines to go ahead and still, they know Conceal's going to be used. They're going to push them off this Lord here.
Okay, Brusco spots out almost everyone from APBR, and they just take full control of this Lord pit. APBR, though, they still have their resources, they still have the glorious pathway, and they have the setups that could potentially come from Kekidot. But Kekidot has to be extra careful on who he is going to commit these skills onto.
They're now gonna commit to the split push. She's already has a Wind of Nature, so even if King Kong manages to go to him, he can outplay him, even with a Wiki Shadow Kill, but he's now gonna go home because he has to defend the mid lane. And once he shows himself, Onic might be able to make a move, but APBR starting things off. They might want to go for the burst on the Lord.
Could this be an advantage for APBR? Brusco and Kelra are yet to make their way, but still they get to catch up. That's the glorious pathway to somehow slow them down. But look at the fist break, fist crack from Kurt! He gets to land it onto JamesPankgs. Damn, it's the first of all, but both escalators get traded out. Shizu is next, and now it's a double kill for King Kong!
Kekidot is the only one left up against 4 gods in the bottom
Bren as Onic Philippines secures the sweep!
And the Super Fam will come through again on a decisive victory. 2-0, sweeping APBR and their hopes for the playoffs.
That was clearly APBR wanting to hold on. They did their very best up until the very last moment.
APBR, rookies in Season 15, champions of MDL. Unfortunately, their journey ends tonight in the hands of the defending champions, Onic Philippines. But as the saying goes, there's nowhere to go but up for APBR. They've shown more than enough that they are capable and they belong in the big leagues.
Really
Takes
tough.
a lot.
Yeah, they're gonna have to take their bow here. And, you know, of course we wish them well. Very new team to the professional league. And that's always one thing that we're gonna see teams when they go through this. So hopefully, again, you know, they can still end the season strong with some wins maybe in their games next week.
And for the side of the Sonics, again, momentum is clearly on their side. The win streak continues, and the chance to go and get the upper bracket slot remains alive. Onic Philippines showing that they are a team to be feared. And now Hans Galleria, let's see what the Sonics will have to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, to end this week, here are your winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, congratulations! Nakuha nyo ang sweep na kinakailangan para mas mapalapit pa sa upper bracket.
Exactly, Hans. And kausapin na natin si King Kong. King Kong, I'm sure nakatulong yung advice mo before the match sa APBR to still have fun during the game. Ano namang masasabi mo sa kanila ngayon?
Sa APBR, nice game. Tapos, message ko para kay James. Gusto ko sabihin na nung magkasama kami dati sa isang bootcamp, sobrang dami ko natutunan sa kanya. Kaya, nice game.
Nice game kay JamesPankgs. Kita pa rin talaga natin yung suporta at respeto sa isa't isa. Now, King Kong, next week is the final week of the regular season. Ano pa ba ang aabangan namin sa Onic Philippines?
Right. Di ba parang okay na, playoff secured, makabawi sa lahat ng teams. Ano ngayon ang susunod?
Ano pa bang meron?
Abangan nyo ang Lucas ko.
Parang sakto yun, Hansa.
Parang sakto nga. Kasi, okay, since nabanggit na natin yung Lucas, siguro yun yung aabangan mo sa Naruto. Okay, tanungin ko na lang siguro si Kelra kung ano yung mas gusto niya.
Ayan.
Alright, Kelra, alin ba sa mga bagong Naruto skins ang gusto mong mapa sa kamay sa'yo? Like, unang kuha pa lang, yung kagad gusto mo kunin.
Naruto. Siya yung pinakamangas eh.
Okay, so parehas
Si Lucas.
kayo na Lucas. Meron ba? Meron bang iba?
Si ano daw ito, may binubulong. Sakura-chan.
Sakura sa kanya, kay Bruce ko.
Okay, sige. Meron ba ba ibang choices, Kirk? Alin sa'yo?
Si Kakashi Sensei.
Yan.
Kakashi.
Prince.
Si Gara.
Alright.
Gara, bagay.
I'll say hate, hindi ka pwede magpahuli. Ano yun sa'yo?
Suyu.
Suyo din, okay.
Suyo.
Pinahirapan nyo pa talaga yung cameraman. Akbang nga kayo dito na isa pa konti-konti. Alright, Kelra, I actually wanna ask you this time around. Kasi as of this moment, natapos na yung regular season. Maraming mga Sonics ang nagpunta para suportahan kayo ngayon. Ano ang aasahan nila mula sa Onic Philippines as heading into the playoffs?
Saan nyo, sa playoffs yung mga bago namin lalabas na hero tsaka yung UT Jungle ni King Kong.
Exciting.
Oo nga, parang legit na yun talaga yung pinaplug nila all throughout. Kelra, gusto ko ring malaman more about an article that we saw from you. It's from All-Star Magazine and, you know, your dad, ikaw yung kanyang best teammate na nakalagay doon. Talk to us about the relationship with your dad and paano nag-flourish yun na umabot sa punto na ngayon, champion ka na, you've been winning so many international tournaments. What is the relationship like?
Relationship namin parang, ayun, tulad na sinabi ko, para lang kami magtropa. Tapos same kami ng vibes talaga eh. Mahilig din siya sa laro pero sa kanya sports basketball. Tapos siguro, sobrang laki naging tulong niya sa akin sa ML career ko, lalo na nung amateur ako.
And I'm sure he's watching right now. May mensahe ka ba para sa kanya?
I love you, Papa.
Yun.
May kindat pa talaga. Just one more question, Kelra. Just like you, from before, marami rin siguro nanonood that are looking for, there's the start, yung pag-uumpisa sa kanilang paglalakbay to being a pro player. Ano-ano ba yung mga kinakailangan ng isang pro player? Not only to be a pro player, but to be a successful pro player, kung ikaw ang tatanungin?
Para sa akin, unang-una, yung time management. Tsaka, kailangan din may disiplina ka may disiplina ka kasi kung wala ka nun, parang hindi ka pwede yung pro player. Kailangan talaga yung number one, disiplina pati yung time management.
There you finally have it. Discipline and time management. Yan ang naipakita sa atin ni Kelra and naipakita din ng inyong winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory.
Love.
And with that win, you may now take your bow. A sweep ang nakuha ng Onic PH. Unfortunately, they had to end a hope of one team, pero patuloy pa rin ang kanilang paglalakbay.
Onic is indeed mighty with that sweep victory and mukhang ready na sila sa Naruto skins, Hans.
I am sure, nabanggit kanina yung Lucas, nabanggit yung Suyo, nabanggit din lahat, pero ano kaya ang pag-uusapan ng ating mga casters? Balik sa inyo.
Of course, Hans, we're going to talk about what happened for game number 2.
Heck yeah.
Can you hear it? Like, I know he probably is holding on to his voice too right now.
We all are.
We all are, I guess. But if there's one thing I would be taking away from that interview is that we all have to watch out for King Kong's Lucas in the coming weeks or the coming days. But for now, I think it's just right that we talk about this stellar performance from Super Prince on the Selena, who was deathless in that entire game.
You gotta watch out for this guy right here. The Selena too is just I feel like it's a niche pick for certain players, but there's no one that really plays it like Super Prince. I feel like every time he gets his hands on the Selena, he's able to do some pretty crazy things. 9-0 and 11 is one of them, but also just, the arrows were finding the marks from the start here, even in the 3-minute mark, and then, he's fine. Like, he walks away like a cool guy too, because he's like, King Kong's got that. And then he's the one that got the kill. But there were so many moments here that it worked out so well for them with this Selena built into this composition.
Honestly, a majority of these arrows sadly landed onto Kekedot, I feel. And you would assume that it was okay because Kekedot's like one of the tankier heroes. He can like catch those arrows for you so long as you're not the damage dealers and all that. But it happened too often that Kekedot couldn't actually move around the map anymore and look for the setups himself. I mean, look at all of these highlights wherein it seems like Kekedot always seems to be the first to be taken out. And that doesn't work well for APBR because they rely on him so much to get those setups. They're on the high loss. It's a high loss. So he has the glorious pathway, but like other than that, the setups are mostly gonna come in from Kekedot, who even in this highlight, as I mentioned his name, gets taken out by Onic Philippines so many times, and that really made things so difficult for them overall. And as much as we wanted to acknowledge the amount of global presence and potential split pushes that they could do all over the map to somehow manage the macro, that didn't happen anymore for APBR.
Can I just say?
Okay, you can.
Oh, Super Prince, although he was MVP, Kelra also picked up a maniac, so that's how dominant Onic was. Kelra isn't even the MVP, it was Super Prince. A well-rounded effort for the side of the Sonics. In 15 minutes, he already secured 22 kills, so that's more than 1 kill per minute.
And we weren't expecting the Bruno too.
Yeah.
Actually, we were considering other picks like the Granger and all that, but this seemed to be the perfect hero for the situation.
Yeah, he went 10-1 and 3. Phenomenal game, but I think if you just look at the impact of from the start of the game, like that 3 minutes that I mentioned earlier on in the highlights, all the way up to the end, it was just Super Prince providing a lot of the arrows, yes, but also the vision with the traps, and then kind of just keeping things under control. Because even when Chove Skirt was trying to utilize the diversion, a lot of the times it was Super Prince able to kind of spot that out and keep things together. But also, their front line ended up being really good between a Galakacha and a Badang. That seemed to be enough to allow Onic Philippines to go ahead and play around, you know, those windows of opportunity, which is what a Hayabusa and a Selena do really well. So I think, again, it was just a really good lineup that they brought. I wasn't expecting the Bruno either, but it seemed to be, it worked really well, especially the fact that he got a Maniac.
Yeah, that's 78,000, or rounded up a bit, you can reach, that's almost 79,000 damage dealt by Kelra alone. And I feel like you'd have to combine so much from AP Bread to reach that, and that is also precisely why he is going to be considered as our BPI rich guy, also as the carry. They actually have similar poses, him and Kirk, who also is the best Ming Man, by the way, but Dare had to tank so much.
Poor Dare.
Poor Dare.
Poor Dare.
He was there.
And he was
at the
there.
sandbag. He was there and he was there.
I feel like Dare was one of the players who had to adjust the most, like in terms of from the Badangs to the high losses.
Yeah.
But they have to probably figure out how to make it work eventually for AP and Bren. Well, all we know now is that Kelra
is a god.
Is a god.
Yes.
In the gold lane.
I heard it when Ingon yelled it in my ear.
And when he broke his voice already.
Yeah, that's his voice was lost.
I just want to say, Kelra, you also killed my voice.
That's a savage.
It's a savage. But I'm excited to hear the mic check of the players. I'm pretty sure it was louder than my voice. Let's head over to our mic check.
Kaya. Yung top lang. Wala, hindi ko na-stun. Ulti na. Joy down sila. Punta ba? Two shadow ko. Dash, Maskob. Nulti ako. Patay na yan. Nice boy. Nice boy. Nice boy. Joy. Buka na, Joy. Tingin. Joy. Halos lang ako. Alam po? Boss. Tapos sa mid. Nice boy. Nice one, boys. Uy, discipline na, pre. Good. Lord, pre.
You know, for some reason, they're kind of in sync. They talk at the same time, then stop at the same time.
Yeah.
They're just locked in.
And honestly, I feel like the audience cheers were way louder than what we heard of them in the mic check. But by the way, let's do a quick community shout out, shall we? Okay, I will be reading this.
Okay.
And you take your rest there. Alex K. Pilconet says that King Kong is super humble, and that way he gave advice to AP Bren really shows that he is. Because even though, yeah, this was something Ingan previously mentioned. It's very fitting that that advice came from King Kong because he was once in their situation.
Yeah.
So
I remember when King Kong came to the professional league back on his debut on TNC. Like, there was a lot of people saying the same thing. Like, man, I can't wait to see how this player is in the next couple seasons even. And when I look at AP Bren, that's what I would say about the same thing about these players. Like, the potential is there. Maybe some of them go on to other teams, you know, eventually. I would love to see the AP Bren roster stay together, though, to next season at least, to see how they really do. But that's the thing. I love to have those advices or hearing those advices from the veteran players as well.
I agree.
And guys, are you ready for the playoffs? You can be part of the experience live this coming May 28 to June 1. You can buy your tickets now if there's still any left at ph-mpl.com/tickets to secure your playoff seats.
All right, we have also some giveaways there. You can show your support for your favorite teams by finding the official post in the official social media pages of MPL Philippines. And then you should comment why you're excited for the playoffs.
And don't forget, you got to tag 3 friends in the comment and then share the post. The best entry has a chance of winning an in-game code and entry entries will be accepted until May 5th, so comment away.
If you don't have friends, you can tag me, Brigida, and Naisu, and welcome to our family. I hope you win, guys. And again, this has been an amazing week. We already saw a lot of changes in terms of in the standings, but it's nice because even up until week number 8, as we approach that week, we're still not sure.
We aren't.
Who's going to secure the first side, the last slot, and again, that 2 upper bracket slots. So that's how close MPL S15 is.
There's only one thing that's sure after today.
What's that?
It's that the battle for the top 6 spot is only between Twisted Minds and Smart Omega.
And there's also one more thing.
What's that?
TNC in 5.
TNC in 5.
Literally.
Because they are 5th.
They are 5th.
Yeah, that's the only sure thing from the standings in terms of like their placements.
Yeah.
So you can see it there. It hurts to see this, especially if you're a member of the Bees, but it is what it is.
So this also, doesn't this also, because of the other condition for Aurora, they secure one of the top seed spots. Because they, right?
Wait.
The second condition was that, I don't know. Am I just rambling over here? Or like, am I right?
No.
I think
You're right.
There's 2 conditions, right?
So they completed their to-do list, basically. No, wait.
Or is that next week too?
The condition is if Onic loses versus APBR. So
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So they won.
They won.
They should have. Anyway, we'll get that confirmed later, but I think that does mean Aurora is one of the teams to secure one of the upper seed spots. We'll figure that out later. For Fansic Laban, though, this is what we got going on. After day 3, the Mines are sitting at top, and then the Bees, they're there. They're 2 right now, second place. Kabarangay, basically it's flip-flopped.
It is.
It's like the fans here are just like,
Yeah. I mean, you can't blame them, especially for the Sonics. They're used to whenever they're in the arena, they're watching actual games because
they have drums.
Yeah, their teams are winning. So, they don't have time to play around.
I mean, they were even the Sonics, mind you. Were even practicing their own choreography before we started the match. They were doing this with some yellow mini flags.
I was actually part of the crowd yesterday. What they were doing
that's why
was,
his voice is
and
so what did we learn this weekend, Ingan?
My final thought is...
No, what did we learn?
For us, it's good to be fans, but please save your voice. And I blame Rose.
Especially if you're a caster.
It's Rose's fault why my voice is like this. And also Kelra's Maniac. That's my final thoughts, guys. You can end the show.
My final thoughts are a bumpy road, even on a boat.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Hey, a bumpy road, a bumpy boat on a road cannot sink, technically.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Those are my final thoughts. I enjoyed today. Family Sunday. I hope you guys also.
We're never going to sink with you, the captain. I'll just leave it at that.
That's it. Those are our final thoughts, I think, for today. And I will be officially ending the last day of week 7 since my friend here apparently has lost his voice. So it has been a pleasure to serve as your casters for this day. We're looking forward to seeing you next week as we close off the regular season. And now we will be throwing it over to our hosts, Hans Galleria and Kalusi.
That's a really good job,
That's
Brigida.
a good job, Brigida, but I'm going to do it.
Countdown.
Let's throw it over to Hans and Kalusi.
And with that, week 7 has finally come to an end. This is an opportunity na halos patapos na tayo sa ating regular season. Kalusi, how does it feel na nandito na tayo sa puntong ito? Because I cannot believe it myself.
7 weeks so far, pero parang ang bilis ng panahon, Hans. Grabe yung excitement na nararamdaman ko for our teams. But of course, pati na rin yung super fans natin kasi marami pa silang masasaksihan. And Hans, hindi pa tapos ang karera for the final playoff spot and yung top 2 sa upper bracket.
You know what? There will be teams at the end of the day that we will have to say goodbye to. Pero hindi ibig sabihin nun na hindi nila pinakita ang kanilang A-game because every single team brought that for this season.
100% agree with you, Hans. Kaya next week, I can't wait to see everyone here ulit sa MPL Arena. Bring your family, your friends, kasi next week, sabay-sabay natin maglalabasan tayo dito ng special jutsu.
Ipapaalala lang namin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood that the Naruto skins are gonna be available next week. So come over here at the MPL Arena and do your draws here. Malay mo, dito yung buff mangyari mismo, di ba?
Aabangan ko rin yan, Hans. Kaya super fans, kita-kits ulit tayo sa Week 8, the final week of the regular season para tuhayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! See you sa Week 8!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve.